It is now 6:30 and time to start our October 21st, 2025 City Council meeting. If you all can please stand with me as we sing or say the Pledge of Allegiance. We're not going to sing it. You sing the Star Spangled Banner. We're not doing that. We're going to say the Pledge of Allegiance. And we have Noah Fernandez Allen and Sebastian Rodriguez, students from Colony Oaks Elementary Safety Patrol. Take it away. You guys will step up. If you come up here to the podium here, and that podium right there, are you in the mix too? Okay, so both of y'all can do it at the same time. Speaking to the mic, we'll go here at the American flag, and then we'll say the Texas flag. All right, and we'll start on your mark. So whenever you're ready, start speaking.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, young man. If y'all can come up here real quick, Colin will get a picture with you. Okay. Y'all will get y'all's individual, and then we'll come join y'all. All right, if I can get everyone to stand back up, please. We're going to do the invocation, not so fast. All right, we weren't able to get anyone. Councilmember Lowe, can you take care of us this evening, please?
Heavenly Father, we thank you for gathering us here tonight in service to our community. We ask for your guidance as we discuss the matters that shape the future of our city. Please, Father, grant us the wisdom that shape our decisions, understanding to hear one another fully and compassionately with integrity and humility. Bless every one of the residents of Bastrop, from the north end to south end to our historic heart of Bastrop and the growing edges. Help us remember that every choice we make affects the people and places that we love. Let unity, respect, and spirit of service be the foundation for our work tonight. May we honor you through the words, our actions, and our commitment to the common good. These and other things we ask in your Son Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Councilmember Lowe. All right, y'all. Thank you for attending tonight. We got quite a bit on the agenda. I'm not sure how quickly we'll get through it, but we want to make sure that we get everyone heard. So we're going to go through with the mayor's report. Got a few things that I was able to do last week. What was it? Last Wednesday, I attended the Change Makers at Bastrop High School, sophomore class. I was in there for 3 class periods. Last year I was able to attend. I think I did 2 class periods. And so when I had the opportunity to attend this year, I made sure I signed up for more. It's real. If you ever get the chance to listen to the high school students, they got a lot of things to talk about and a lot of vision, and they pay attention more than what we think. And so I was able to hear them out from things from school lunches to rec center to traffic issues to even jobs and for the teenagers. So thank you to those students that showed up and gave a bunch of knowledge about what it's like to live in Bastrop as a youth. So, and then Thursday, no, sorry, that was Tuesday. Was it Tuesday? Oh, sorry, a lot going on, y'all. Wednesday, though, we had the homecoming parade. And that's always good for Bastrop when the community comes together for homecoming. It's real big for us here. And I attended the burning of the bee. Thank you, Chief Rosales, for having an actual fire on that bee and not some Christmas lights. So keeping that tradition going. Then Friday, I was able to attend Circa, which is our collegiate college campus for high schoolers. And I sat in on the Student Advisory Council with our interim superintendent, Dr. Christy Lee. And again, just conversating with our youth. They have a lot to offer. They got a lot going on, and it makes me feel good about what we're producing here in Bastrop. And then later on that day, I was joined by a few council members to celebrate, if I had it out, I'm sorry, don't have her name. Winnie Jones, thank you. I was going to call her somebody else. Sorry, thank you. Winnie Jones, she turned 109 years. So that was amazing. She still had all her wits about herself. She had her children there and her grandchildren, and it was a great ceremony. So thank you, Lost Pines Rehab Center, for the invitation and the party. So that's what I have. Councilmember Lowe.
Surprise. Good evening, everybody. It's glad to see everybody. I love when these chambers are full. It's really awesome to see. The past week, I had an opportunity to meet with residents. We in our committee with the South End District, and which is right over here, and had get good plans together, and we're looking to move forward on that. And there'll be updates here in the future. I also attended the tree carving reveal at Fisherman's Park, and that was a really beautiful piece of art there. And there looks like there's going to be more. I think there's a tree right next to the basketball court, and there's another one. So we look for some more stellar art down there. It's great. If you haven't seen it, drive down to Fisherman's Park, a.k.a. the boat docks, is what we used to call it. And go down there and see it. It's right as you enter, so you'll be able to see it and take pictures and enjoy it. Finally, I just want to encourage everybody to stay engaged and get involved with city issues and council meetings and volunteering. Again, your voice and your participation are really vital to building a stronger Bastrop, so we have people engaged and know what's going on. Also, too, we have some city leaders out there that are still blossoming. We want to invite you to come in and meet with us and sit down at the council meetings and learn about what's going on in the city, and possibly we'll have some younger stars coming up here when us older folks move on. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowe. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you, Mayor. So the homecoming parade was amazing. Of course, we won the homecoming game in huge numbers, so that was amazing too. But I would say there is nothing that warms the heart like hearing the BHS fight song in a parade. And everyone, it was such a community event, and everyone was so ecstatic. But to show the kids how important they are and how much we respect and appreciate them is very important for this community. So please continue to go out, support our kids, because the kids are our future, as we saw at the Changemakers showcase, which I'll talk about in 1 second. I'm gonna go really fast. The Miss Jones' birthday party was amazing. I've never been to a birthday party where someone turned 109. And it was such an experience. So, and just to go to the Lost Pines Nursing Home and see the people and how special it was just really warmed our hearts. So I was very thankful for that. The unveiling, as Councilmember Lowe said, at Fisherman's Park, it's called the River Guardian. and it was sculpted with a chainsaw. Dusty Girls Carvings is Dusty, Cosmac, who sculpted that with a chainsaw. How many days, Mayor, did it take her?
So it took her 12 days. I was talking to her before that, and I was like, I said 14 weeks, and she was like, no, 12 days. So she wanted it to be known.
12 days was amazing. So please, all you have to do is just go down to Fisherman's Park, right there at the stop sign. It's right to your left when you stop at the stop sign. And as Councilmember Lowe said, there's some more that are in store for us. So it's such a wonderful thing for this community to have this happen for all the people. Going back to the Changemaker Showcase was where the high school students shared their ideas, but not just that, their solutions for any issues that they saw. And they had some wonderful ideas. I didn't pay them to say this, but one was having things at Mayfest Park, like concerts, and I said, we're speaking the same language because he said, we could have so many things going on up there. I said, you read my book. That's exactly what we want to have for this community. So super excited that hopefully we can make those things happen. But the one that really, really made me focus, and I want us all to think about tonight, is the one student that came up and said, the issue that he sees is disrespect of the people and the students. And I said, I get that because I see that every day. And he said, even though we may not see the same way, why can't we respect each other and not be ugly to each other? And it just almost made me cry. And I said, let's both work on that. And it takes each of us as one single person to make a positive influence. So I'm just going to challenge everybody, too, that's listening here. Just one person can make the difference. So let's all be nice. Let's be kind. Thank you.
Thank you. And just so y'all know, this is the list that I took down. I don't know if you can see it, but this whole notepad is full of just things from the students. So they have a lot to say. All right, and we thank them. And just before I pass it on to Mayor Pro Tem, one of the things that is, and Councilmember Meyer reminded me, one of the things that's overlooked is we are a community that supports our youth, and it's a lot of things that we have our hand in and support, and especially sports. But it was several students that had a outcry of getting community support in the cultural arts. They see a lot of people in other areas showing up to other students' events, but they never really have a lot of community representation at the different things for cultural arts. So I'm putting a call out to Bastrop to come together in that area and see what we can do. So, Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland?
Yes, certainly. I also spent 2 class periods with the Changemakers with our kids over at the Performing Arts Center. And then on this Saturday, I went to the Bastrop County Historic Society's event at the Fairview Cemetery. And basically, they had a tour around the cemetery that stopped at the graves of prominent Bastropians from history, and they ghosted us. They had actors there playing some of people with big names, people that we have streets and schools and other things named after in our community, and then they acted out the story of how that person came to Bastrop and who they married, and they pointed to, well, that's the grave of my first husband, but he didn't make it, and this is the grave of my second husband, So it was entertaining, it was educational, and they did a great job, and I want to thank them for doing some of the things that make Bastrop awesome. The tree carving, amazing, you need to go check that out. On Friday, I did an interview with KXAN News a little bit earlier in the week, and they released their article and their video on Friday, and it's in regards to the City of Bastrop's opposition to the Austin ASR project. We are planning a field trip to visit the Austin City Council so that we can tell them to their face what we think of their plan, and I'd like to take some people with me. So I think we can pull together a bus or something like that. And if you're interested in going, I don't have a date yet, but if you're theoretically interested in going, I can help with speeches and words to say, but it would be very useful to stand up and state our piece. And so if you're interested, reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Plunkett.
Once again, I think y'all got it covered pretty well.
All right. Thank you for such an adventurous report. Councilmember Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll give you the bird migration report. Last night, there were 101,000 birds flew over Bastrop County, but last Saturday, there were over 8 million birds that flew over Bastrop County. You can, I was super busy counting. No. Birdcast is an app you can put in your county, and it'll tell you, it'll even predict up to, it'll predict up to like one day, but it'll give you the bird report, and it'll even tell you like estimates of what kinds of birds are passing through. It's pretty fantastic. I was with Luke and some birders this morning, and they were all geeking out about last Saturday. 8 million. So what that means is please lights out whenever possible. Lights out, because lots of birds are passing through Bastrop County, and we don't want to confuse them. So porch lights out at night. Let those birds fly over. We are at a high-risk time for wildfires right now. I was just talking to Chief Rosales. We're not doing any official declarations like the City of Austin did a preemptive disaster declaration so they can staff up differently, but Bastrop County is staffing differently right now. And you'll see some Facebook alerts about reminders of the burn ban, and ways you can help is like, for sure, mind the burn ban, mind your barbecue, don't leave your barbecue things unattended, make sure your trailers aren't dragging things that spark, stuff like that. So you'll see some alerts from the Bastrop County Office of Emergency Management and all the ESDs. And then also, Numero 28 is open. As you may know, there's great Italian food. We have somebody in the audience from Numero 28. It's going great. Go get you some Italian food. It's at 1006 Main Street in downtown Bastrop. Thanks, y'all.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Foster. All right. On to our work sessions and briefings. Agenda item 8A, the Goodman Corporation Blakey Roundabout presentation.
Sorry, Mayor, we just missed that it doesn't have a submitted by.
It's okay. We got
I'll take it.
ACM Rosales.
Yes.
I know, I'm just giving him a hard time.
Yeah, we're going to talk. We're going to talk about the Blakey Roundabout. We're going to present what our consultant has found, and these are just concepts. Nothing is set in stone. Nothing is already in progress. It is just a discussion topic. So I want to make that very clear, even to the public. This is just a discussion only. We're not constructing this tomorrow, okay? So as we go, I'm going to introduce Jake and his partner, and we'll let them work through his presentation. Jake?
How you doing, Jake?
Doing good. How are y'all?
Good. If you could just introduce yourself one time to everyone. And
yes, sir.
Who you with?
Jake Goodikins for the Goodman Corporation. I also have Kirk Myers here with me. Do we have a clicker by chance for the slides?
There you go.
Oh, go on. Thank you. All right. And as Andreas said, we are, again, in the concept stage for this. We haven't done full engineering plans by any means, but we did hear that there was some desire to kind of talk about how we landed on a roundabout as a preferred alternative. So I'm going to kind of walk y'all through the traffic engineer speak, but try to keep it moving along about kind of why we landed at that, why we think that's the best solution, have some dialogue up here, and then show y'all some kind of representative examples of like a footprint for what it could look like. And again, this is relating to the future connection that takes Blakey to the east, goes south as Reed Way once it hits Jessica Place, and then comes around the Club Car Wash and the Boot Barn to connect over at Old Austin Highway. So this would be at the intersection of that new roadway connecting into Old Austin Highway, about 150 feet or so off of State Highway 71. So just kind of reorienting the world. What are we talking about? Where are we talking about? So that's a future road, and we're trying to look at what we need to do to make traffic flow at that new intersection that would be created. I'm going to go over a few things. Specifically, I wanted to kind of go over why and how we're needing to be, identified to be needed to be redesigned. I think that's important for us to kind of talk about the purpose and need for this effort, so we can cover that first. I'll cover some of my traffic analysis report findings. We'll talk about design alternatives and next steps, and then we can take some questions on that. Kind of walking through a timeline. So the Reed Blakey Way project, that one actually had signed and seals plans as far back as about a year ago, at the end of 2024. That one did show a quasi roundabout in the plan, and we'll get into that in a minute with some of the deficiencies there, that was shown on the plans as the proposed intersection that we're looking at. Couple months back in the late winter, we were asked in February to look at what the best intersection would be. It kind of got flagged let's take a look and actually do the traffic analysis to see if a roundabout makes sense. We did traffic counts while schools were in session. That's an important thing with traffic, is we don't want to take summer counts or holiday counts. And then we finished up that report and sent it to the city. I'll go over the findings of that. But one of the big things as part of that review was the design standards. And the ones that were in the plans did not meet best practice, whether that's from the state DOT or from kind of national roundabout design. And then we were requested to look at redesigning that back in August, and now we're here tonight to talk a little bit about what we found so far. So what did we find in the report back in the spring? So there's a little over 4,000 cars a day on Old Austin Highway. That's well below the capacity that road can handle. That's kind of the main takeaway on this slide. Will traffic increase on it if you make this connection? Yes, and we had to do some assumptions for that. So we looked at that and we said, we don't want this thing to just work, right after the road connection's built. It needs to last for a while. A common planning horizon we use is 10 years out. So we're looking at 2035, looking at kind of the rapid rate of growth in Bastrop and kind of the historical trends on nearby roads like 969, 71, and Old Austin Highway and 150 in the area. We kind of arrived at, it was about 5% per year is what you're growing at, but we kicked that up just a little bit because of the increase that's been happening lately. And so what we're looking at is what that represents is almost doubling the traffic in 10 years. So this is pretty conservative. We feel pretty good about this. One thing that's hard about traffic engineering, especially new connections, is there's not a perfect science to figure out how many people are going to use the new road. But we went ahead and said we think, roughly about how many people are using Old Austin Highway today. We had about 3,500 cars. We did some looks at some things to come up with that. Would come on that. And one really important point I want to put on the record for everybody is we did not assume any traffic was going to use Jessica Place and Schaefer. We've heard about that. That's not assumed here. It assumes everyone goes around the club car wash and uses this connection to go east-west. So that is baked into these assumptions. So this, I don't intend for y'all to read all the numbers on the screen. This is from the report. But basically when we looked at it, if we take a lot of traffic and put it on Reed and Blakey, Old Austin Highway, kind of going from 71 over to 150 by the schools, that's still the main traffic movement. Well over half the traffic would still be kind of trying to make that same turn down to the frontage road. We've actually been out watching traffic during kind of when school lets out, and some of y'all probably heard or experienced people kind of back up at 71, waiting to turn right because they're trying to either get on 71 main lanes at the ramp, and then other people are trying to get in different directions. And so we acknowledge that is part of this too. So what we looked at, this is just our sketch, very sketch. We got more design plans in a second. When we were going through the traffic analysis, we said, okay, a couple things. One, it makes more sense to make Reed Way connect further north or kind of more where the turn is, because if people turn right to come into a roundabout, you don't want them to wait and back up onto the frontage road. That would be really unsafe. So we're trying to maximize that distance in both of these. Then we looked at two conditions. What if you just had people stop on Reed and everything else flowed like normal today, as they do on Old Austin Highway? And then what about if you put a roundabout in? And as you can see, the footprint is quite a bit larger for what you would need for the roundabout on the right one, but we'll get into that in a second here. So the traffic, looking at the numbers, 10 years out from now, if you put a stop sign on the new Reed Way, that's not going to work. That's kind of the basic finding. We do not recommend that. You might have people stacking up all the way around the corner, all the way up Reed Way if you do that. They're just not going to have a gap in traffic to get out once traffic gets worse. The roundabout works great, frankly. It's got additional capacity even beyond the doubling of traffic that we're talking about in this area. So that does work, and it should work for a long time, is kind of the finding on this. So from a traffic standpoint, it makes sense. Looking at this, some of the design issues, I won't go through all these in detail, but basically A lot of the stuff that you would normally see in a roundabout design, you'll see those on some images I'll show you in a second. A lot of that was missing. Examples of that is a normal roundabout, you'll have like a little island as you come up that separates inbound traffic and outbound traffic. Just a lot of details that weren't on there, and it wasn't big enough to really effectively operate like it should. And we also checked to make sure, can trucks get through this thing, like that kind of stuff, like is that going to cause a problem? So we have a couple alternatives we have for y'all to show, and then we can talk about that a little bit and answer questions. So this first one, this kind of shows the whole area. You got the boot barn, you got the club car wash, you kind of got the school drive right there on the right side going up to the Bastrop Middle School, and the Dunkin' on the corner. And so what this would do is those driveways that are currently going to the frontage road, this is part of the current plans for Reedway and Blakey. People from those businesses would access this road and come through the intersection as opposed to going straight to the frontage road. In addition to that, the roundabout, as we've shown here, would be kind of further north. So people coming from downtown or to the east would kind of have like more of a seamless kind of turn through the roundabout there.
Can I pause you for a second?
Yes.
Colin, is there a way we can zoom in just a little bit? There we go.
That's better. Thank you.
Does that work better for y'all? All right. I got you.
Thank you, Mary Harris. No need to squint eyes. Yeah. So, and this is what's called a single lane roundabout. It's 100 feet to 110 feet across. There's space here. That's the good news. But you can kind of see some of those design features, like the islands that separate traffic. As you're coming up, part of the key design of a roundabout is you're supposed to start turning before you enter the circle. And so that helps slow people down, and then you can kind of go on your way in and out of there. We're also showing, I want to point this out, it's small on the screen, but part of this we talked about was trying to connect the 10-foot path over to 71 where the new sidewalk is, so that people can move along this way. There's a planned sidewalk on Blakey extension as well, so that people will be able to, kids could walk through the area a little easier to and from school on this. I'll go to the next one and then we can zoom in again to see what the other one looks like. I'll let you guys zoom in for that. This is way more complicated, but the whole point of this was we talked with staff a little bit, and people asked, well, are there ways that people could go through here without having to go in the circle, right? So we looked at this. This is a little bit tighter. This is called a compact roundabout. It still meets the design standards, but we could look at adding what we call bypass lanes. So if someone was coming off 71 and they just want to get on Old Austin Highway and not deal with this, that would allow for like a lane to go north and turn right and avoid the whole thing. Same thing for folks coming out of Blakey and Reed. Again, we've got space, and we could have folks that come up to this and don't even have to go through the circle. So the only folks left in this example that would go through this circle would be folks going along Old Austin Highway, coming west and going south, or going on their way. So that would reduce the amount of traffic in the circle, give folks a way to just kind of avoid it entirely and keep going on their merry way. So there's a lot of alternatives we could do. But we wanted to show you more what it looks like. That was kind of one of our goals at this point. Again, this is not fully designed. We got to figure out things like drainage and other stuff that's very important to make sure everything works as we go through this process. But one other comment I wanted to make while we have this up, just so everyone's aware, and we're looking at it as well, is we know that at peak school times, cars queue up and back around the curve. So independent of what we do here, whether we put a traffic, like a roundabout in, if we put in a stop sign, if we put in a traffic light, all of those things, that would not solve the problem of people backing up from 71. So independent of this, that would have to be looked at with how people get onto 71. And we're talking with staff about it. We don't have solutions. We have some ideas we're working on, but we don't want to present that to you until they're more baked and we can talk to TxDOT about it in detail. But we do acknowledge that as something, but it is independent of what's going on here. That's related to 71. So just wanted to acknowledge that, put that on the record. We're aware. We've been out there. We've watched it, and just wanted to share that. So with that, I'm going to move to next steps, so we can come back to slides if we need to. I think this is. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah, thanks. So where we're at now is we're working on getting a preferred concept from some of the stuff we showed you all, whether we have just the circle, whether we have some bypass lanes around it, and getting into the design. And then the intent is to take this, when it's done, along with the Blakey and Reedway, and have it all constructed at the same time. So that's where we're headed. Kirk, did you have anything you want to add? Okay. Questions for you guys? I know there should be plenty.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
Okay, my first two questions are for Sylvia. So the first one, on this roundabout location, do we have the land for this?
We do not. We do not. Land acquisition is about a little bit shy of 700,000.
Okay. The September 2024 plan, that was the 100% plan, was that supposed to be final for this roundabout?
Was supposed to be. We're in discussions with that firm.
Okay.
I've asked for a refund of that dollar amount, given the fact that Jake just mentioned the constructability and the issues with what was submitted.
Right. Can you go to the next image?
Yep.
So I'm one of the ones that's routinely coming from downtown and then using this intersection and then trying to get on Highway 71. I used to bake fabulous cakes, and we called this the Karma Corner because I had more than one cake actually fail while accelerating rapidly trying to get on Highway 71 from here. But anyway, so this corner is like important to me, and it looks to me like you can fit about 3 cars between all of the exits of the part that's in the darker black before it hits the stop sign at the access road to 71.
Right.
And, you know, even on Sunday morning going to church, there's 5 cars sitting there. And this was the one of the things that I always looked at the original design and said, man, this doesn't look like this fits. One of the thoughts that I had is that basically adding a far right lane to the access road and cutting off being able to get on to 71 there, which means I wouldn't lose any more cakes. But basically, you know, something that would fit 12, 15 cars length of an acceleration lane that you could just zip around and then go onto, and then that would alleviate this only 3 to 5 cars can fit problem.
Yep. So I was actually talking about that with staff, and we have the first off, because it's TxDOT, we have to get their buy-in first due to their standard.
Right.
There's quite a few complications at play here on that that I'll just illuminate here since you brought it up. And again, we want to work on that with TxDOT is the new connection. If we can make it bigger again, I can point this out. So let me see if I don't know if I can do it on the screen. Can I do this screen over here? Maybe not.
Yeah, there you go.
Which one? Right here? Okay, yeah. So over here where the hand is.
Right.
So that's a pretty narrow spacing from the road to that
no,
one.
it looked like it was on the drawing.
Yeah, so I'm a little concerned about being able to fit one in there. And so we're looking at alternatives to either use the existing outside lane we want to talk to TxDOT about, maybe push in the inside lane to create an actual lane before you hit the ramp.
Yeah.
And the other thing that's really complicated about this is people. I'm going to use my highlighter again.
People.
Everyone coming out, most people coming out of here, they're trying to avoid the light further down at 304 and jump across 3 lanes and get on, right? So the question becomes, whatever we do, if you want to have space for people to get out and turn, are they going to be allowed to do that? Or is TxDOT going to want to make them try to go onto the light at 304 and get on later?
And if you force them to get onto the light, then they would take pecan and get onto the highway earlier is
Right.
what they would like to.
Or in theory, they could just use the new Reed Way Blakey.
If they can't do that, they're going to cut through all of the businesses that's coming along right between the automotive repair and then between Duncan and AutoZone and what
You think they'll cut through there?
Absolutely they will.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
they'll if they can't, if it's going to cause them to have to go to the light, people are going to take that. They're going to cut off early. I see it happen all the time. Like when people notice that the line is long, they get off in their turn and then go between Rush Automotive.
So we're hopeful that if people are trying to get out to 969 or over to Burleson Crossing, that they might use the new connection instead of trying to go through. But again, you can't tell how much is that going to affect the stacking up, but we can look at other things to try to improve that here or otherwise. And there are even some considerations maybe even for how the school, they have access over further north, to my understanding, up at Jessica as well, but I know that creates more traffic by the neighborhood. So we're looking at things outside of the actual new intersection to look at that, but like I said, that's an independent issue that we're going to work through as we work through design. So we appreciate the comment.
Thank you.
So just a question. With the roundabouts, how many accidents are usually occurred during that moment? Because I know a lot of people get confused when they go through there. I hear folks say, I'm not driving through there, I'm not having a wreck.
Yeah.
And, you know, they hit circle after circle, and it can be pretty complex,
Yep.
right, just looking at it. So
Yep.
I know that's going to be a major concern as we move forward with this.
Yep.
You have any plans on?
Yeah, so I would say a couple things to that. So we haven't done this for a while, right? The first roundabout in any town is always tough. There's no getting around that. Frankly, there needs to be an education piece that comes with it, and trying to work with the residents to talk about it, figure it out. There's lots of different things with that, but what things tell us from before and after is it's actually significantly safer. So that is actually a reason most roundabouts get built, is they get put at locations where there's safety problems. The reason for that is, for lack of a better term, there's less places to hit people other than a traditional, like a T intersection or a four-way. There's a lot more ways to hit somebody. There's at a four-way intersection, there's 32 places to have an accident. In a roundabout, there's 12. So in this case, there's only 9 because there's only three legs. And so, and generally speaking, it reduces fatalities and injuries by 90% at a roundabout compared to a traditional intersection. Mainly because the types of crashes are side swipes and not T-bones or head-ons or those kind of crashes. So in reality, I know there's a perception about them, which is why education's needed, trying to work through it, figure it out. There's lots of different ways to do that. You can do things, it's called like tactical urbanism, or ways where you put like cones out, like in a parking lot, and have people try it out, try driving it. There's lots of different things that have been done in the past to try to kind of say like, hey, here's how you do it. Just kind of get comfortable with it. The reality is it's going to take some time. It would take time to get used to. I'm not trying to get around that, but I wanted to address the safety thing since you brought it up.
And on that thing of safety, is it going to be rated for all vehicles? Because we have the carts bus here, then we have HEB right there.
Yep.
The school gets 18-wheeler deliveries, right?
Yep.
It's a lot that we don't want them circling around.
Kirk can correct me if I'm wrong, but the design parameter is actually a big 62-foot tractor trailer that should be able to get through here. That's what we have to design for. So that's what the design standards are set up for. So if you have one of your commercial vehicle trucks that's trying to go through this area, they should be able to navigate. That's how it's set up and designed. In fact, there's things we have to do with the little island in the middle that allows trucks' back wheels to overtrack and run over it, but that's only for the trucks, not for small cars. So there's a lot of thought that goes into that. Yes.
Councilmember Lowe.
Yeah, in regard to utility relocation, I don't know if that has to happen, but would there be any of that required as far as like utility relocation, and then what would be the cost of that?
We think that it's going to be relatively minor. There's, for instance, one storm drain grate that's, I guess, on the south side of the current intersection. We need to bump that out a little bit to make room for the roundabout, but we think that that's going to be just a simple culvert connection and then essentially relocating the grate back out into the grass area and then grading the roundabout to shed the water into the grate. There's a couple street lights that we just need to reposition, no big deal there. There might also be some communication line that might need to be relocated, and maybe also some irrigation. That's about all that we saw when we did the site visit out there.
I just wanted to add that the area is actually pretty clear as far as utilities go. TxDOT usually doesn't like a whole lot of stuff in their property, so this is nicer than a lot of other ones, I'll admit. Yeah.
All right. Council, we have any other questions?
All right.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
All right. On the agenda, item 8B, the fiscal year 2024 financial audit presentation. Ms. Judy?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager, citizens of Bastrop. It's so nice to see you all. I am so extremely happy to report that FY 2024 audit is completed. Yay. And we have our external auditor, Daniel Hebert with Crow, and he's going to be speaking to you about it.
Hello, Daniel.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. My name is Daniel Hebert. I am a Managing Director with Crow LLP. We serve as the city's independent audit firm. Like Judy said, here to kind of just briefly talk about the FY24 audit with you all. I'm going to touch on a couple of key pages from the book in front of you, and then I'll take any questions that you all have at the end. Before I do get into that document, I just want to take a moment to thank Judy and Laura and the rest of the finance staff. There's an incredible amount of time and effort that goes into the document that's put in front of you here today, and the staff worked tirelessly to make sure that this got done and got in front of you, and we're happy to be here to present it to you tonight. So again, just want to thank Judy and the staff. I'll go ahead and start my presentation on page number 12 of the ACFR. Page number 12 is our independent auditor's report, otherwise known as our opinion letter. I am pleased to say that we have issued an unmodified opinion on the city's financial statements. That is the highest level of assurance that we as independent auditors can give, that the city's financial statements are materially correct and that all of the required disclosures under the generally accepted accounting principles have been made. In other words, it's a clean opinion. That's what you want to hear. Next, I will flip back to page number 26. Page number 26 is your statement of net position, otherwise known as a balance sheet. This is a full accrual financial statement, meaning all the long-term items of the city, such as capital assets, long-term liabilities, et cetera, are included on this financial statement. I'll just point out that the total primary government, that is your governmental and business type activities together, ended FY24 with total assets of about $286 million, total liabilities of about $186 million, leaving you with an overall ending net position of about $100 million. And then on page number 29, we'll see that same type of financial statement, a balance sheet. However, this is presented on a modified accrual basis of accounting. So those long-term items are not included in this schedule. This is much closer to the basis of accounting on which you would adopt your annual budget. Here, I'll just point out that the general fund, the main operating fund of the city, ended FY24 with total assets of about $9.3 million, total liabilities of about $936,000, and an overall ending fund balance of about $7.3 million. And then if we go back to page number 31, we can kind of see how we got there. This is your statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance, otherwise known as an income statement. Again, on that modified accrual basis, this will look very similar to your adopted budget. Here, the general fund ended the year with total revenues of about $17.2 million, total expenditures of about $19.5 million, and after some other financing sources and uses, the general fund experienced a decrease of about $1.7 million, leaving you with that ending fund balance of about $7.3 million. As a general indicator of financial health, you typically look at that ending fund balance number and like to see at least 3 months worth of operating expenditures included in that ending fund balance. That $7.3 million represents about 37% of your overall operating expenditures, or close to 4.5 months. So good, healthy fund balance indicator there. With that, I'll go ahead and conclude my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions you all might have.
Councilmember Lowe, you have a question? Your light's just still on. Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
So not a question for you, but congratulations and thank you to the finance team and our city manager.
Mayor Pro Tem, I want the public to know, because I'm all for total transparency, this audit was late. And it was late for a variety of reasons. One, we have new accounting staff. And two, it literally took a monumental effort on our part to untangle many, many years worth of, we were a very small city and we grew very rapidly, so our accounting practices didn't necessarily keep up with the times. And so Daniel and his team, we actually had outside assistance also really untangle the spaghetti bowl, and we had to untangle the spaghetti bowl with a very fine-tooth comb. So you can imagine what that is. So Judy and Laura and the finance team, Jimmy did yeoman's work in trying to get these two documents done at the same time. And the only reason we were able to do that is because they also spent very late nights with me doing that. So this year, we've already engaging to start the audit. Our goal is to have trial balances to Daniel by the end of December. So we're going to get back where we needed to be now that things are clean as a whistle. So thank you, finance team.
Yes, thank you, Finance Department, and everyone else involved. I know for sure y'all had late nights because I drive by here and I'm like, y'all need to go home. But that just shows the dedication that y'all put into it, and we really, really are thankful. And citizens, Bastrop, please hear what we're saying. Full transparency. Everything you need is, I mean, y'all don't have one of these, but you can get online and check the budget. And they have gone through and made sure everything's on the up and up and all squared away. So again, thank you, thank you.
And the audit report is online as well.
And the audit report is online as well. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right.
This paves the way for those boards that you see up over there, and we'll talk about that here shortly.
All right. On to HC, Discover Bastrop overview. Ms. Michaela.
Good evening, everyone. Colin is going to pull up our PowerPoint for us. Perfect. Well, good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Michaela Joyce. I am officially coming to you in my new title as the Discover Bastrop Director. Thank you. Thank you. This has been kind of a transition, and I know internally we have a pretty good grasp of what this department is and what the transition has looked like, but I know some of our constituents have been questioning kind of what this is, what's the history and what's happening, and just overall, what is it? What is Discover Bastrop? So I just kind of wanted to take a second to talk to you guys and kind of share our kind of department overview and what is all housed under this department, so all of you guys know what it is and who you can come to. We're selfishly, I think, the funnest department, but we won't go down that path right now. But really, what we did is Discover Bastrop was kind of brought to us out of some transitions we wanted to see from Visit Bastrop. Without going too much into it, Visit Bastrop was essentially a contracted organization that the city had funded hot tax to do all of the marketing efforts for the city. And there was just some things that I think the council wanted to see differently, and some of the community wanted to see differently that we weren't seeing happen. And so we made some adjustments, and just to be transparent and be more smart with our funding and things like that, Discover Bastrop was born out of that. So really this department is aimed to be more strategic and streamlined and transparent with what we're trying to do with our hot funds. So ultimately, Discover Bastrop is all about getting our tourists to discover Bastrop, our locals to discover Bastrop, and business to discover Bastrop. So this is the department overview. Basically, these are all kind of the divisions that are housed under the department. So there's our arts and culture, which really focuses on establishing programming and performances and things like that to really celebrate our local heritage and our culture. Our convention center, of course, is to best be the hosting location for conventions, conferences, events, a multitude of uses for that awesome convention center. And then we've got Main Street under that arm as well, really promoting our historic heritage for downtown. Oh, I went the wrong way. Our historic downtown, driving economic growth. As we've all heard multiple times, the downtown is really the heartbeat of our community, so making sure that we're really promoting that and preserving what it is and really growing in a really smart and strategic way. The marketing is housed under that as well, so really that is a combined effort to market all of the great things we have, our outdoor assets, our downtown, our arts and our culture, just everything combined as a city, and have a really united front for what our marketing should look like on the outside / the inside internally. And then our special events is kind of an extra arm of this as well, and it's really aimed at our development services team is a great example of, we had processes in place that wasn't quite meeting the mark that we wanted to, and I know that the team for development services has really turned that around as it relates to permitting and process and all of that, and making it a really streamlined mission for them. So this is our version of that with special events. So we have one designated person that takes in the special event permits, that divides and conquers and brings in the right key players, and really streamlines that special event process, not only for internal, but for external as well. So this is kind of hard to tell for you guys, but basically this is just our actual overview of the organizational chart. So at the top, you've got the council up there, underneath the city manager, and then you'll go straight down, Discover Bastrop Director. You've got an arm off to the right. That's our social media / admin position, our special events coordinator, and our marketing coordinator. The way that we structure it this way, and why they're kind of off to the side, is all of those positions support the whole department. So it's a very collaborative department. Anyone that knows me knows that I'm a people person, and I am all about collaborating. So really the whole focus of this whole department is to really push collaboration and support each other, not duplicate efforts. So then directly under that, the divisions underneath are Bastrop Main Street. We've got the Cultural Arts Coordinator, the Convention Center. I'm going to mention the sales manager, but I'll go into depth on that a little bit later. And then we also have kind of a dotted line there because they're not fully underneath this department, but as it relates to, again, collaboration, we've got the Bastrop Economic Development Center. I work really closely with Dory as it relates to business retention, business recruitment. Of course, there's a lot of marketing ties that we coordinate there. That awesome video, if anyone saw it at the Austin Business Journal, collaborating on things like that to recruit and use marketing tools for business recruitment. So this is kind of in an overview, the organizational chart. To dive a little bit deeper, I wanted you all to meet the team. I can't say enough great things about this team, and I know we've been working together for quite a while, but ultimately anyone that knows these staff members knows that they are phenomenal, and I am selfishly so thankful for them all. So you've got me up there. I'm Discover Bastrop Director. I'm also currently wearing the Main Street hat as well. And then we've got Caitlin De La Rosa. She just came on as our Main Street Coordinator. She is the primary point of contact for all of our events and marketing for downtown. We've got Michelle Lemus, which we took from Miss Sylvia, and she is now our Cultural Arts Coordinator. So she, if you haven't already, we've got a brand new Facebook page, Bastrop Cultural Arts Committee. She's been doing some fun videos as it relates to the bird carvings and the bird sculptures, so she'll be taking a bigger part in all of that. Marco, we transitioned him over from Parks and Rec. He is now our special events coordinator. So this is just a shout out to anyone out there that ever wants to host an event. Your probably first point of contact is going to be Mr. Marco. He's extremely organized and doing a lot of great things. Something he's already done in the last month is we streamlined and simplified our filming permit. It was a paper permit for years. We've just put that on MyGov, so we streamlined that process. And so he's a wonder worker when it comes to organizational structure and stuff like that. And then I'll jump down, Mr. Ben Williams. Many of you guys have probably worked with Ben. We made some changes at the Convention Center as it relates to staff. So we've actually promoted Mr. Ben to Convention Center Operations Manager. So anyone looking to host an event at the Convention Center, he's probably your first point of contact, so he'll help you with the bookings and things like that. Mr. Steve Ballard, he's also a huge asset for this city, and we just promoted him as well to our Facilities Engineer Supervisor. I just realized I left operations there. Sorry. So he is all things maintenance for that convention center, and he's a wealth of knowledge. Kelsey Grumbles just joined us. She was previously at the Hyatt for 14 years, so comes with a lot of great special event admin experience. So she's our executive admin. Mr. Matt Johnson and Carly Davenport are both our special event workers. So they are some heavy lifters over there at the convention center. So that is our current team. And then I also wanted to acknowledge that we are hiring additional positions. Currently, we have our marketing coordinator position open and our social media coordinator. I do want to acknowledge, and I know it's a little bit of a hot topic, but I know that there's been a lot of questions from the public on this. The Visit Bastrop staff previously was extended job offers to come over as part of this department, and those were declined. No harm, no foul, but those positions need to be filled, so those are currently posted online if anyone's interested. And then we don't have it currently posted, but there will be a sales manager position added as part of this department as it relates to, we are selling Bastrop, so we are selling conventions, we are selling sports to come here, we are selling fishing tournaments to come to the lake. As it relates to literally selling Bastrop, that requires some boots on the ground and some strong collaboration with the convention center. So that will be on the horizon as well. One thing that I realized I skipped as part of the overview is the Roots Advisory Board. So With this transition, we thought it was really important to have a board that really oversees all of the hot funds. Hot funds can be used in a very specific way, so it's really important that we're using those in a smart and strategic way. So that Roots Advisory Board stands for Realizing Opportunities for Occupancy Tax. That board will be made up of individuals elected by the council, by mayor, that are all essentially hot funded in some way, somehow. So it'll be made up of division representatives from like a Main Street board member, cultural arts committee member, kind of all of those divisions, but then also our hot assets will be a part of that board as well, like the Opera House, the museum, visitor center, all of those that are supported by the hot funds, and then our hoteliers, of course. It's very important that we hear our hoteliers as they're the ones funding our hot funds. So making sure that we're ultimately putting those heads in the beds. And then just a few of our department overall goals for the next year: tourism and promotion, getting more cohesive as that is not only for the city, but as it relates to our assets, supporting them and their needs for their marketing. Not everyone's a marketing expert. Marketing's a little bit harder than you think sometimes. It's harder to really dig in there and take some creative strategy. So tourism and promotion, taking a lot of that actually in-house. So that's a big shift that we're seeing from the Visit Bastrop transition. So more of those creative graphic designs and things like that, media buys, doing them more in-house. Arts and culture, of course. Speaking of, fun little throw out there that we are having a Day of the Dead event next Saturday, November 1st from 6 to 8. So come on down, celebrate that awesome, awesome event. And then a couple other things, community connection as well. We want to make sure that the community knows that this department overall is to help them as well, to promote the community and grow our community in a very smart way. And then economic vitality, recruiting and retaining business. Overall, Discover Bastrop represents more than just a department. It's a unified effort to tell our story, grow our economy, and strengthen our community. So, any questions?
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. I don't really have a question. I just want to say thank you, Michaela, because I know past, as long as you've been here, I've known how hard you've been working. But what an accomplishment this is to move from a contract that we had with a marketing organization where we spent a lot of money and budgeted that, to being in-house, to being much more efficient as far as communication through all departments. However, that means a lot more efficiency with tax dollars. That means your money's being spent a lot wiser. So just thank you for everything. Sylvia, thank you also for the direction, and we're going in a great way, so thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Meyer. Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
Where is the organization going to office out of?
Yes, we are currently at 1408B Chestnut Street. So where the old Visit Bastrop office was at, it's the little house right in front of the convention center.
Right.
We got a new little facelift too, so come check us out.
So the Roots Board, I kind of have several questions, and I'll tell you what the final question is first that will help all the rest of it. And it's fundamentally, how do we make sure through our policy that the individuals on that board are not making decisions that unfairly benefit themselves?
Yes, so that's why I haven't brought that forward to y'all yet, because I'm working through those things. For example, I really want to hear the voices of the Opera House, Lost Pines Art Center. Yep.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking through, do those positions need to be ex officio positions? Do those need to be in what capacity? Are they sustaining from those votes when we fund them? I'm thinking through all of those things, and I don't have a great answer for you yet. So that's why I haven't really brought forward the official, this is what I'm accomplishing. I know the idea of what we want that board to look like, but I don't have all the logistics yet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland. I don't think we have anything. I just want to say thank you to you and your team for doing such a wonderful job. Just being able to work with y'all has been a pleasure. I'm looking forward to what y'all can do. And I hope y'all are able to get more people at the convention center. I know those 4 individuals that work over there are some of the hardest working people in Bastrop. Not to take anything from anyone else, but if y'all have ever been to an event at the convention center and see how it's set up, and sometimes they have multiple things on the weekends, right? It is 4 people, y'all.
Flipped overnight.
4 people that make it happen. And anytime I can, I shake their hand and get and tip my hat, and y'all should do the same. So thank you, Michaela. Thank you to everyone at the convention center, and we're looking forward to the great things that you got to offer. Councilmember Fossler.
I also wanted to say it's nice to see business retention on there as well as part of your focus. That's awesome.
Absolutely.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we're on to our staff and board reports. We're receiving an update in regard to an unaudited monthly financial report for the period ending in September 2025, the preliminary year-end review. Ms. Laura.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. To follow up kind of on the presentation that Daniel, our auditor, presented, as he stated, we just wrapped up our effort for 24. We are now in September, which begins the close of our 24-25 fiscal year. GASB, which is our Governmental Accounting Standing Board, they have standardized rules that define the timing and methodology that we, the city, have to use in recognizing expenditures and revenues. This ensures the consistency and transparency across all of our financial reporting. Due to the timing of this, it does impact our September numbers. As a result of the accrual process, staff won't have actual September numbers for y'all closer to December. So this affects September, October, November. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Here we go. I would like to bring y'all some highlights, and this is just preliminary numbers for September. The only negative number that I do currently have to report is sales tax. Sales tax currently is ending the year 5% below forecast, which is approximately $457K. Property tax is ending the year about 4% over forecast, which is about $222K. Impact fees are 8% above forecast. Water and wastewater revenue is ending the year within 1% of forecast. So that's about a $15,000, $15K positive, with BP&L ending the year within 1% of their projections. Hot Fund currently is ending the year with 8% above forecast. That number is scheduled to change when we take into account accruals. So that number will be different on your final report, with development services ending their revenue with a positive 11% or $224K. To summarize, despite shortfalls in sales tax revenue, major funds and revenue streams outperformed their forecast. Importantly, all funds ended their fiscal year with a positive bottom line, and that's because their expenditures remained under forecast, reflecting continued fiscal discipline across all departments. We do plan to bring you budget amendments. It'll be the final budget amendment for the FY25, and that'll be on November's agenda.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
With sales tax being down 5.1% from the forecasted amount, is that even, say, from the year before, or slightly down from the year before?
No, it is an increase. Okay, I don't have the exact number, but
Right, yeah.
but I can definitely send it out. It's I don't want to give wrong numbers. I'm sorry,
No,
but
I know that
I
it's
can
not something you
definitely tell
necessarily
you
had available.
we do have it available, and it is an increase from the prior year.
So something else I'm curious about on this is the, I know that we have tax reports that tell us who our largest taxing entities are that collect the sales tax in the city, and that we could look at those. And what I'm really curious about is where that 5%, went. So for instance, is it across all of the whole city we saw an absolute decrease of 5% from what we were expecting, or is it Home Depot and Lowe's, or is it Walmart, or is it, I want to understand more. And the reason I want to understand more is because it helps inform us as to if our numbers for this year's estimates are going to be correct or not.
Understood. You're wanting an analysis of our major tenant to see if that variance.
Yeah, and see if you can see a pattern, see if you can identify, is it an industry or a type of retail, or is it everybody across the board? Is it even? Is it concentrated? Is everybody else up 3%, but what one big one is down 25%? I mean, that kind of a thing.
Absolutely.
And the reason I ask is because this really does surprise me. I don't see the general economic, downturn or negative news that would have caused a 5%. I mean, it's not a 5% drop in tax collection, but I would have expected us to see a year-over-year sales tax increase.
You're correct. It's not a 5% drop in sales tax collection. It's just compared to our projections.
But our
And we
projection was only, 3 to 5% higher than it was the year before in collection.
3,
so that's
yes.
3. So if it was 3% higher, and
we still fell
so
short.
we're
Right,
down
that's-
2%, and that genuinely surprises me. So I'd almost want to look at, tax collection last year, tax collection this year is, many above substantially, but a small number or below. Just again, what's the source of that? Because it's not a miss. Like we didn't do anything to cause it. It's not. But I am curious because I want to know where it came from, so it helps us.
Sure, we can definitely come back November with additional sales tax data.
I share those same curiosities.
Yeah.
So, thank you. All right, I think that's it for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, those are all of our staff reports. Now we're on to citizen comments. We have one citizen comment, and the rest of these are for agenda items. So, up for citizen comments, we have Rita Ward. I would say miss, but she told me I don't put that handle on there. Yeah, no, ma'am, I know I can't. That's why I gave it plain.
And I'm going to take all the minutes that I haven't used before.
Oh. Well, you got 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
No.
That's your rollover minutes.
I'm Rita Ward, the old lady of Bastrop. And I want to start out with saying that I told the other day when you were doing your budget that I didn't know anything about the rodeos. But the way it was presented, even though I don't know anything about that, I'm for it because it's for the kids. And I'm for the kids. They are our future. And but what I'd like to talk about tonight is a golf course that I do know about. And number one, it takes land. That's expensive. Number two, you have to find someone to lay it out and design it. That costs money. Then you have to have a groundskeeper. He has to have people to help because believe me, on a golf course, there's stuff that has to be done every day. And you've got to keep the roughs right, you've got to keep the greens right, the tees off, everything. Then you'd have to have like a little pro shop. Then you'd have to buy golf carts. And of course, you'd have to have the 19th hole. And if y'all don't know what that is, you're not a golfer.
I've been there.
Well, anyway, there's a lot of expense there, and I think you ought to put that on the back burner for a while. I really do. And but I'll tell you a little story about a golf course. It was very cold. We'd had snow, and but it was a beautiful day. The sun was shining, the wind wasn't blowing, and my husband was getting kind of antsy. So he decided he'd go play the back nine. So we go to the club, and here I'm pulling his cart, and here he goes chasing his little yellow balls in the snow. So anyway, that's what you call a golf widow, I guess. But anyway, that's golf. And the next thing I want to talk about, the boring company wants to put, and this sounds great, the Colorado River here in two places so that the people could get to Austin to work faster. That sounds great, but we are not Manhattan. And we have dirt here. We don't have a rock. And you look at the Colorado River right now, it is fragile. Our water is fragile. And if they go under the Colorado River like they want to, how long is it going to take TxDOT to get a road to these boring places to go, underneath the river? How long is it going to take them to get there? They work slowly. But we need to think about our fragile river. I can remember a few years ago when Willie Taylor and Leonard Kashner went just east of town here. They caught a 40-pound catfish, and it was fit to eat. I know people now do not fish in the river because it's so polluted. And I think we ought to try to stop the boring company from going under our fragile river right now. And that's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Rita. All right, there's no more citizen comments. I do have quite a bit of comments on different agenda items. We're on to our consent agenda. We do have someone who would like to speak on agenda item 11A, but all matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by one motion. There will not be a separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Councilmember Fossler.
Could you please remove 11A and 11E?
Okay, anyone else have anything? Okay, all right. So we have someone here that would like to speak on 11A. Linda Curtis.
Is this public comments, or is this the item?
This is the item.
Okay. Do I get the same timing that Rita just had?
Well, she didn't even use up her whole 3 minutes, so sure, if you're not going to use up the 3 minutes, that'll work. And here.
Because I can't.
Okay, so just real quick, if you can introduce yourself, you'll have 3 minutes. And just, I know I kind of give a little bit of cushion tonight, but we have quite a bit of people that are going to speak, so we want to make sure we value everyone's time and our time. And so when you get about 30 seconds, I'll kind of give you an indication that you have 30 seconds so you get ready to wrap it up. I'm not going to be rude, but when you hit that 3 minutes, I'm going to tell you thank you.
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Linda Curtis, and I'm here to speak for the League of Independent Voters of Texas, a 501c4 nonprofit, nonpartisan organization with members in both the city and county of Bastrop. I'm going to paraphrase a letter that I just handed to you, just made live on our website and our news section at livtx.org from founding member Michelle Gagnes, a retired municipal bond attorney who resides in the community of Blue in Lee County. I quote, "There are both procedural and substantive issues with your proposed ordinance 2025-8 under Texas law governing the issuance of public debt in the form of certificates of obligation, COs. We urge the council to correct its procedural errors by restarting the public notice clock with a new notice of intention to issue CO debt, but only after it first restructures its plan of finance as well. I believe that both your own bond counsel and the Attorney General will agree that it is a matter of special interest to your constituents and taxpayers that the city strictly adhere to any statutory process, as well as the city's own formal process, exercise appropriate oversight over the process rather than attempt to justify its actions after the fact, and remain transparent and accountable to its constituents that when they are being asked to incur $15 million of public debt. A review of the TexasPublicNotices.com website reflects at least 50 official public notices posted in the Elgin Courier by and or on behalf of the City of Bastrop, several of which were related to ordinances to be considered by the City Council, even requests for bids on the old Iron Bridge and a request for qualifications concerning the planned golf course, which was published in the Elgin Courier. Yet, the notice for issuance of these bonds were posted in the Bastrop Advertiser only, not the Elgin Courier that had been designated by the city in October of 2024 by resolution for its legal notices. Furthermore, certificates of obligation may only be issued in Texas by a municipality for, quote, public works, as defined in section 271.043, et cetera. Nowhere in that definition does golf course or golf course facilities appear as a public work. Yet, the plan of finance for the proceeds of the certificates of obligation to be issued under Ordinance 2025-8 explicitly includes a golf course project without any description of location or any attempt to connect the project as a component of another public work project in the plan of finance. Respectfully, Michelle Gagnes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, we have someone else who's signed up to speak on 11A, and that is Cecilia Cerna. And so, look, I was looking for you to look up, Linda, but you didn't look up, so I'll probably just do that like a boxer does when it's 10 seconds, right? So you have 30 seconds to go, just so you know, and you can continue with your flow. All right, how you doing, Cecilia?
I'm doing okay. Cecilia Cerna, 1104 Hill Street. After all that, I feel I might either feel kind of dumb or maybe smart. I became aware of the Par 3 golf course in a special city council meeting this past April, and I've been following that, as well you know, and the issuance of the certificate of obligation. I've tried to learn as much as I can and follow the process and procedures. I learned that a 45-day public notice is required, and when I saw the notice of intent to issue in June, I couldn't find a public notice other than at the city's website. I later learned that public notice must be made in the city's official newspaper. I didn't know if the city of Bastrop had one. Perhaps that's why the date for passing the resolutions was postponed a couple times. So I did some research, and sure enough, there is an ordinance stating that the Elgin Courier is the official newspaper for the city of Bastrop. I continue to keep an eye out for that 45-day public notice, but it wasn't until today's agenda that was posted that I read that the notice was placed in the Bastrop Advertiser. So I was wondering, was this an oversight or was it a mistake? So I did more research and found that in all of 2024, any public notice from the city of Bastrop was posted in the Courier. So if both the Advertiser and the Courier are considered to be in general circulation, then to me it seems it should follow that the notice should be posted in the city's official paper. And I found that there's an actual local government code, and it states the governing body of a municipality shall designate an official newspaper, which there's an ordinance for. That newspaper must be a newspaper of general circulation in the municipality. And then the one I found, it's kind of like the gotcha, is any notice required by law or ordinance to be published by the municipality must be published in the city's official newspaper. I'm kind of stickler for details. So since the notice was not published in the city's official newspaper, I'm asking you, my city council, to reissue the 45-day notice in the city's official newspaper, the Elgin Courier, per the Texas Local Government Code. So let's make sure that our procedures are not only transparent, but are spot on, are always accurate and deliberate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cecilia. All right, so
Mayor, because this is an item, we have the opportunity to respond. We do have our bond counsel here who can respond.
all right, awesome, thank you. Can you please introduce yourself and who you're with?
Yes, Dan Weichmiller with Specialized Public Finance, financial advisor for the City of Bastrop with Specialized Public Finance out of Austin. Bart Fowler, McCall Parkhurst is your bond lawyer as well, who's worked on the notice side of this part of it. I've got the bids. We've gone through the process of preparing the sale, receiving bids today, getting the bond ratings. I can go through the result of that first, let you know what we've received on the sale of the CO, and then I can turn it over to Bart if you'd like to talk through the notice and any questions you have regarding that. Is that fine?
Yes.
So as part of this process, we've had 2 delay resolutions because of waiting for the audit to complete. Through that process, we still went ahead and prepared for a bond rating with Standard & Poor's. As some of you know that have been through this process, Standard & Poor's evaluates basically the economy, the financial performance, the management, and then the debt levels of the city, and they issue a report. That report is used by investors to make a decision on whether to invest or not invest in the bonds, or COs in this case, that the city's selling. Through that process, city staff and I met via virtual call, answered their questions, went through the process. The city, I'm happy to announce, was affirmed at AA bond rating, so that's 2 notches from the highest level of AAA. So very high credit quality through the eyes of Standard & Poor's. So that's good news on that front. Today, we received bids on the $15 million in COs. Leading up to that, I want to note, I've been doing this for over 30 years. I've never had such interest from the local community as well as the investment banking community, which is normal for this size issue. This issue, anytime we have an issue over 10 million and longer than 10 years, we typically don't see the local banking community kind of speak up and reach out to bid on it. They're usually in the under 10 million and under 10 years. In this case, we received bids today from 7 different investment banking firms. Before that, over the course of the 2 delays, over 8 banks reached out to city staff, forwarded me the information. I communicated with them and gauged their interest and helped on your behalf. What we found was probably 3 banks were really strongly interested. Ultimately, 1 bank, First National Bank, bid with the Baker Group and submitted in their bid. So out of the 7 bids they received on the $15 million today, the low bid was 4.105510%. The cover bid, so these come in online, as you can see, at 11 a.m., and we don't even see the results until 11 a.m. hits. So these bids flow in via what's called parity, which is an internet bidding platform. They populate less than 1 basis point between the Baker Group and BOK Financial Securities, which bid 4.111477%. And then fairly tight still after that with Mesero. With that all being said, Baker Group is a low bid. They wanted to note that it was local bank participation that really helped them put together an aggressive bid. And that's kind of their MO, as they work with a lot of regional and community banks. So the bids have been received. The low bid is from Baker Group, which we would recommend accepting. I'll be glad to answer any questions on the bidding process, how this went. Again, we had local banks reach out, the investment banks reach out through this bidding process, and then the rating agency affirmed your rating. With that, I'll be glad to answer any questions, or Bart's here as well.
Councilmember Plunkett.
I guess we might as well start with the notice questions, which were raised in citizen comment.
Sure. Thank you. And for the record, I'm Bart Fowler with McCall Parkhurst and Horton. It's my pleasure to serve the city as bond counsel. The notice being published in the Bastrop Advertiser is consistent with your past practice for notices for certificates of obligation. I went back and looked at your 2023 issuance and 2024 issuance. They were both published in the Advertiser at that time. It's consistent with that practice. I think if we went back further, we'd find out that we've been using that newspaper for some period of time. The requirement to publish this notice for the COs is not required to be in your official newspaper. Wasn't one instance in Bastrop's past when Tracy Waldron was here where someone mentioned the 46-day requirement to publish the notice prior to council approval of the debt. We weren't able to make that with your weekly newspaper or not a daily newspaper. At that time, you used the Austin American Statesman, which again was not your official newspaper, to satisfy the publication requirement for this notice. So based on your past history of using this notice, that's why it was done that way this time. We've already received the affidavit that's required from the Bastrop Advertiser to confirm that they do meet the statutory requirements for this type of publication. The Attorney General of Texas has accepted that, at least on our last 2 issuances. I didn't go back further than that because we had some history to show what's been done. But certainly understanding the concerns, we're happy to use a different newspaper in the future. It's not required, but we can certainly consider that. But that's the history of this particular publication. I'll also indicate, I think it was mentioned, it's been on the city's website since June as well. And as part of Dan's process, when he lets your local banks and the regional and national banks know about the COs that are being considered, that's 2 additional notices that are sent out on either a regional basis or a more national basis to the platforms that bidders use for this. So there have been 4 different methods of getting this notice out to not only your citizens, but also the banking community to make sure that your local participation is satisfied they have the opportunity, which fortunately they are part of the winning bid, as well as the regional and national banks. You'll see some up there with the bid list that Dan had. I believe there's also a question I'll go ahead and address about the golf course. The requirement in the CO Act says that it has to be either a park or recreation improvement. That's part of what a public work is. So as long as the golf course would be part of your park system and generally accessible and open to the public, even with a green fee being charged, it would qualify for financing under a CO.
Charlie, Stanley, do you have any?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, so if you look at section 1.02.003 of the code, the local code, it does opt in to designate an official newspaper, but it's not absolute. It does have in lieu of language that allows for notice provided in 3 public places. There are a variety of notice mechanisms that were invoked here by the consultants. And after reviewing all of this, it is my opinion that adequate notice has been achieved and complies with the local ordinance. This financial issuance does track state law, and you presumptively look at the state law guidelines for the issuance of COs, and that's what's happened here. So on the facts presented, I don't see any issues.
All right, thank you, Stanley. Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
Yeah, I'll just say that I'm reading the law right here, and it basically says that when you designate an official newspaper, that's where you're going to publish your things unless another law specifies otherwise. The other law is the law where you take out the CO, and it says that it's got to be in a newspaper of general circulation. So we met that standard completely, fully, and yeah, it is what it is.
Councilmember Fossler.
Hi, Dan. I have a question for you, please. In our staff report, it was talking about the 2 methods of bidding this time. And so was one was private placement and one was national region. Is it 2 separate processes, or how does that work?
So, like I said, I've been doing it 30 years, and this was a nuance to work through. The bids received today at 11 a.m. were ultimately the final bid timeline. The banks that had expressed interest, we sent out a notification to them because, again, typically this size issue, they're not always interested in such a large issue that goes out 30 years. They're usually looking at 10 years. So I put a solicitation out, or just an interest. Are you interested in this? And one bank ultimately came back. I spoke to 3 other banks who said the term was a little too long and the amount was too high. And so from that is where First National said, we're interested, but not in the whole 15 million. I notified all of the local banks that Baker Group was available and was expressing interest, and that's their MO, is they work with local bank communities. They're kind of the bond trader for banks. And so they got notified just like everyone else and kept them in the loop. And so First National already had a relationship with Baker Group, and so they just connected and put their bid in together, just like all the other 6 bidders. So we really just did that to accommodate the local banks, because you're the winner at the end if you get stronger participation locally. We see that on whether it's a negotiated sale or a competitive sale. It's not uncommon to make local orders priority. So when we know something like this is going on, one, I don't want someone to trip up, not aware that this issue was on the radar, but I also wanted them to not trip you all up and not get ultimately the best bid because they didn't understand the term of the issue, et cetera. So we received their notification yesterday that they were interested. And again, one bank that said not all of it. So we just told them, find a partner to bid with.
That's awesome. When I read that, I was surprised and excited, and I thought that was really great to be explicit about offering it to the local banks, because we have incredible banks here, and I want to always do that going forward. So thank you for noticing it that way. I think we all win.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I will say, through the years, communities like yourself and all throughout the Central Texas area, it's something, especially when we're looking at issues under 10 million and short term, like 7 to 10 years, we will put out just a straight offering because there are some effective and cost savings to do it. So thank you.
Thank you. I do have a question about the writing in the ordinance. Who's that question for? Okay. In the ordinance, we had 2 versions of the ordinance in our
Yes.
packet. The first one was like more the regional, and the second one's a private placement. The first one, it has as the paying agent listed in there, Regions Bank of Houston, Texas. Can that stay in the ordinance we pass, or is that maybe from another one that we need to?
I believe I may need to follow up to be sure, but I believe Regions Bank is who you use for all of your debt.
I didn't know if the paying agent was like the winner. If
Not
that's a
always.
separate
Sometimes
thing.
it is and sometimes it's not.
Okay.
Typically, when you have several series of debt outstanding, you want to work with one paying agent, so you're basically paying one entity, and then they'll distribute that money to the appropriate bondholders.
Okay.
I can double check to be sure, but
That's
I'm
okay.
almost
I
certain
just didn't
Regions.
know what the paying agent was. If
It
different
is. It's the
entity.
person that makes sure you pay the bonds,
Okay,
pay the
perfect.
debt service. But we'll double check just to make sure we have the right one plugged in. It should be the same as what you have on your outstanding debt. That's the intention.
Okay.
And I'll double check that just to be certain.
Thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
We good? Everyone's good? Okay. All right. All right, so 11A, consider an act on an ordinance number 2025-81 of the City Council of City of Bastrop, Texas, authorizing the issuance of the City of Bastrop, Texas combination tax and revenue certificates of obligation, Series 2025, levying an ad valorem tax and pledging certain surplus revenues in support of the certificates, approving certain documents and other agreements relating to the sale and issuance of the certificates, and ordaining other matters relating to the issuance of certificates, repealing all ordinance and actions in conflict herewith, and providing for an effective date. And move to include on the November 4th meeting.
I thought bond ordinances are one reading. Are they?
That's right. There's no problem.
Scratch that.
I'm sorry I didn't make that clear, but 1201.02 of the government code allows you to take up a bond ordinance or debt ordinance on one reading. 2 readings are not required.
Okay, so we have one reading.
Motion
Council?
to approve.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Pardon me, can you always call for discussion after that?
I'm sorry.
second
Yes,
one?
we can have more
Okay.
discussion.
Thank you. In reference to the golf course, I want to know that I did ask the bond counsel earlier today, or maybe it was yesterday, if the specific language in the ordinance was restrictive, if we end up changing course on the golf course. And they said it was flexible enough because we haven't started the feasibility study yet. So if we just do the feasibility study and then wait for the results for that, and it's not feasible to do it there, the language is flexible enough to use it in another way. So I wanted to, since we're talking about the golf course, I wanted to make sure that you knew that. Just because it's written in there, so long as we use some money for the golf course, which includes the feasibility study, then we're okay with that. So we are waiting on the results of the feasibility study to move forward with that.
And Councilmember Foster, as I have mentioned to you on a number of occasions, we have not even funded the feasibility
Right.
study because the bonds have not been sold. So all of the folks who are, super upset about the golf course, we haven't even started yet. What this first tranche is going to fund is those things up there. So, we sent the information from the attorney yesterday to you also, their response
Yeah,
as it relates to
I
all
was
of
comfortable
this.
with that, but I received that personally, and the people didn't know that, so I wanted to let them know there is flexibility in the language as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Meyer?
Thank you. And on that subject, you just said, I believe, to reiterate what you said, it's for parks, right? General language. So that means it's covered, right? So there's not really any need to worry about the feasibility in the golf course because it's under the parks, under the bond.
That's correct. I have had some communities where the golf course is not part of their park system, and those would not qualify for an issuance. As long as it's in your park system, and obviously a recreation project, that's the way it's been interpreted in the past. There's always an opportunity for the legislature to make some changes. That's not where we are today. So yes, it should be considered a
Thank you.
recreation
That's what I
project.
thought. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Is there any more discussion? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland made the motion, and Councilmember Lowe made the second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, passes unanimous. Okay, we have agenda item 11E. We don't have anybody speak on that, right? No. All right, thank you, gentlemen. Consider an act to approve the Bastrop City Council minutes from the September 23rd, 2025 regular meeting and September 30th, 2025 special meeting, the October 1st, 2025 Crossings at 95 Town Hall meeting, and the October 14th, 2025 meeting. Victoria, are you here?
Mayor, the minutes are the
Oh.
minutes. The items was pulled by Councilmember
Right,
Foster.
Councilmember Fossler.
Yes, on the town hall of October 1st, I was marked in present and absent, so I was not present. If we could I'll motion to approve those with the
The change of
Correct.
you not being at
of
the.
my attendance.
Second.
All right, is there any other discussion for this? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, thank you, passes unanimous. All right, we have agenda items 11B through 11D.
Mayor,
Yes.
motion to approve 11B through 11D of the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, thank you, passes unanimous. All right, items for individual consideration. Agenda item 12A, consider and act on an ordinance number 2025-79, abandoning and vacating a certain section of the Jasper Street right-of-way, Mill Street right-of-way, and South Street right-of-way, south of State Highway 71 and east of Lovers Lane, and authorizing the city manager to execute any necessary documents to convey the city's remaining real property interest, if any, in said right-of-way to the adjacent owner. Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is actually a development called Pine Creek Development. We do have a developer and developers reps here. Essentially, this is a senior housing that is going up on Lovers Lane. We have had a conversation internally regarding keeping some of those rights of way open to make eventual connections off of Lovers Lane that relieve Lovers Lane. As of today, our conversations with Union Pacific Railroad have not yielded any fruitful discussion on how we can get an at-grade crossing at any one of those locations. Union Pacific wants us to give up 3 railroad crossings for 1 railroad crossing. We don't have 3 to give up, essentially. The railroad crossings have to be above the crossing or below the crossing.
Excuse me real quick. Colin, can we get a zoom in on that picture, please? Thank you, sir. Okay.
And so This is 71 to the north, Lover's Lane to the west, Mill south, Jasper to the east. The red hash marks show what the right-of-way dedication, those are currently what we call paper streets. They are there. They're supposed to be future connections. The railroad makes some of those connections impossible at this time. What I will say is under the railroad is an option. We do have the boring company nearby. Don't know if that's ever, if technology will ever catch up to a point where we're going to have a punch out. The proposal is for 52 affordable housing units for seniors at this location. It is 15 total. It's 11 one-bedroom and 4 two-bedroom that are going to be at what we call 30% area median income, or AMI. The one-bedroom is $695, the two-bedroom is $828, and then they go up based on AMI. When we had discussions with the council before, we were trying to find a way to add more units that would be beneficial to the residents. The Lover's Lane intersection is already an F intersection, and our conversations had been, let's not cluster an intersection without some super benefit to the residents of Bastrop. Unfortunately, the dollar amount needed to get us beyond 15 units and above had a maximum of $2.1 million, and we had that discussion about that's just not feasible for the amount of units that would have been added. The purple area to the top is what they are asking to land swap, essentially. This is a treed area, a portion of that is in the floodplain, and there had been some discussion in the future about a roundabout or something else there that could relieve Lover's Lane traffic and keep that flow of traffic moving consistently. We have not, as staff, fully investigated that at this time. And so the council really has to consider, number one, do we want a land swap? Number two, should they pay what Jasper paid, which was essentially, $50,000 an acre to close this off? And this is about 2.7, 2.8 acres, which would yield, I think I said in your staff report, $160,000, $170,000 for those rights of way. Or does council want to split the baby and keep some of those rights of way? There is no financial requirement from the city for this development. We had a letter of support that said we would deduct $250 from the permit, but that is the level, that's the extent of city participation. It is a 100% tax-paying property. Any questions?
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Regarding this agenda item and regards policy of developers lobbying council, and city business belongs in front of the people. Doesn't belong behind closed doors making deals, potential deals with council. I am strongly opposed to having lobbies from developers contact council, and I'm speaking for myself. I'm hoping all the council feels the same way. Private meetings put the council's credibility at risk. And transparency, if we're all about transparency, it needs to be in the public. We do not need to be lobbied. There is a potential risk, even if nothing is going on, the perception makes it look that way. And you need to have 100% faith in your city council that none of that is going on in the background. So regarding this item, I just wanted to make that statement.
Thank you, Councilmember Meyer. Just a question. You said they're wanting to do a land swap with us with area that's in the floodplain.
Only a portion of it. It's the purple area to the red hashed area.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
CPD, you may want to come up to the microphone. Did you say CPD? Is that what I heard? Yeah.
So I've been looking at the this map and then kind of a zoomed out view on the map, one of the things that I really don't want to do, even though we can't find a financially viable way to cross the railroad track today, right now we're dealing with an issue on Blakey where we're having to go and get a whole bunch of right-of-way because some prior city council made a decision to put a child care center directly in the right-of-way of Blakey. And so I don't like the idea of closing off future right-of-way on this side of town, which has no connection across the railroad tracks. So that means that if anyone wants to cross these railroad tracks at any point in the future, they're going to have to go all the way up to Highway 71 and all the way back. And so I'm real sensitive to making connectivity viable, 10 years from now or 20 years from now. And if someone had done that for us, then we could have built Blakey already. And so, but I don't have a conclusion. I'm looking at it for the first time right now, at this map and the zoomed out map, and then trying to.
And if I'm not mistaken, they situated the development where Jasper could stay open.
Correct. And if I could jump in, I'm Brendan McEntee. I'm a civil engineer with Carlson, Brigginson, During. So to that end there, Mayor Pro Tem, early on, well, this project is contemplated as if Jasper was going to stay in as a paper street. And I want to address these. These are paper streets that exist on an abstract from the Bastrop Corporation. And so these are paper streets that candidly in the title search of this don't show up as right-of-way, but they're historical abstract from some old documents. So respecting those, and these streets are kind of laid out on a 330-foot grid, kind of what the B3 code was based on, right? But these particular streets have some significant obstacles, right? There is the Union Pacific Railroad that goes through there. We've been involved in another project as a civil engineering firm further down Lover's Lane and have run into obstacles with Union Pacific. But I do want to address your concern long term. Nobody knows what future engineering will bring, right? But there is certainly the potential, and if it is the council's desire to leave Jasper and to eliminate the other streets and leave Jasper, that's kind of what you see reflected up here, where Jasper could stay as a paper street and our project could still develop with that. And I do want to also address, there is a land swap that was proposed, recognizing that the city is giving up something, and there is this property that's shown in purple. The vast majority of it, I don't know the percentage, but let's say above 70% is outside of the floodplain, has development potential, is viable for development, but it's also in kind of a complicated corner where Gills Branch and College Street and Lover's Lane is coming there. And again, looking at the future, that seems to be an area where the city or at some future council might have need for that for a transportation project. So this seemed pretty viable to do a land swap, but we're not giving up undevelopable property below the floodplain. I just do want to address that.
Colin, real quick, excuse me. Colin, can you zoom in on that for us, please, so we can get a closer look?
Into the purple box.
Into the purple
Yeah.
box area. Thank you.
So you see Jasper, and Jasper right now is kind of a private alley to the east, coming off of Technology. And so you can see the hatched area, the solid area, was the original land swap with the intention to leave that paper right away for Jasper. So to address Mayor Pro Tem's concern, the city would still have something that has connectivity on the other side of Union Pacific, so you could achieve that. Go ahead. Sir.
Colin, can you re-zoom back into that purple area? So I can't.
I don't
point
have
to
a cool
anything.
pointer, so I can't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I don't either. But the bottom is not.
That's
Right. So the bottom is not square, right?
Well, that's because there's a contiguous property. That's a great question. There's kind of a triangle. If you zoom in again, there's a triangle of property. Thank you, Sylvia. Nope. Nope. There's only 3 buttons. I can't. Oh my goodness gracious. All right, who's
That's it. Go home.
There we go. So there's a little triangular tract, just for full transparency, where my hand is going,
Right.
that is not owned or part of this development. That's property that's owned by somebody else and is not fee simple part of this property. So what we're reflecting is Jasper extending, continuing up here. I will say, I'm not the engineer, but ostensibly, that same paper right-of-way has to extend across here. So the city would, if we went down a path where we would swap the orange for the purple, but maintain Jasper, the city would maintain a point of connection from Lover's Lane across this property, presumably across the balance of the property, and tying into the extended Jasper east of Union Pacific. So you would be protected in your long-term connectivity. This does not preclude you.
Yeah, that was the thing I was concerned
Yeah,
about
great
on that
comment,
picture.
great comment.
Yeah.
And look, I want to address the floodplain too. You have to, I don't know if we can zoom again, but you see that solid hatching under there?
Right.
That's the floodplain. So you can see it kind of clips the corner there and it clips the corner, but all of this stuff that's in here is outside of floodplain, has frontage on the property, has development intensity. Now also candidly has some beautiful trees, is not a bad spot to leave, but also in long term, this isn't, there's some interesting stuff going on right here, as everybody knows, right? So the future use of that and the viability for the city to improve it more than we can envision today would be there with this land swap.
Council, we have anything?
I wanted to address Councilmember Meyer's comment. The developer was trying to get a workshop with the council, and
I do want to address that.
yep. And I said, there's no time on today's agenda. There's just absolutely no time. For me, it's a cut and dry. You guys have heard this item on a number of occasions. We cleared up the count. We cleared up that the council did not want to participate financially. We cleared that it was 15, and so we said there's no time for a workshop. It's cut and dry. We're either going to close them or not. They're not asking for any financial, they're not asking for a whole lot of support, so I didn't feel the need to bring forward a giant workshop.
We have someone else here who'd like to speak. Sir, can you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Jason Adowitz. I'm with Vigilance Development Group and the developer EPG. It was my mistake to reach out to all council. I apologize for that. It wasn't an attempt to lobby. I just want to address that. A lot of city council members will want the developer to reach out directly, individually, to say, hey, look, I'm trying to do something in your city. Here's the project, and just give information. We weren't soliciting any support. We just wanted to make sure, we didn't have a chance to talk to council. We just wanted to make sure that we could clearly talk about, this is a senior affordable housing development. It's near and dear to my heart. My father just had heart surgery, and I'm trying to convince him to move to Texas. And one of the things that he stresses to me is he doesn't want to be a burden on me. And affordable housing to me is near and dear to my heart, especially with seniors, because there's some angst to moving out of your house, your single-family house, and moving into an apartment complex, and they don't want to be a burden on their kids, even though it's not a burden to us. So this is one of the reasons why I wanted to reach out and say, hey, look, this is what we're trying to do. We really do want to serve seniors. It's very important. I had a whole script written, but I think between Sylvia and Brandon, they covered all the particulars, but this is what EPG does. We want to serve a community. So that was why we reached out. So I apologize if that seemed to be lobbying. It was not. So.
I appreciate that. And what I want everyone to understand is when something comes to us, I immediately forward it to the city manager because I do not respond. So, anything that comes to me from developers, because the time and place is right here in front of all the people and everyone watching. So that is my main thing that I want. And I am hoping that we can come to a 100% agreement as a council that the steps that have to be taken when addressing development are addressed with our development group, our city manager. With them, they bring it to us, but we don't deal. I'm hoping we're all saying we don't deal.
No.
We want to be transparent, right? Well, let's be transparent. And I just want the people to understand. And I appreciate your apology.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to send a message out that we do everything in public and we're transparent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Meyer. Councilmember Fossler.
Hi, I have a different understanding. I'm fine with any constituent reaching out to me for any topic unless there's a no contact or no lobbying provision, which y'all don't have. So I'm not aware of anything that prevents anyone from being able to contact us directly. I like people being able to contact me directly. I'm not wheeling and dealing. I'm having information. I hadn't. Even for Gateway, the Gateway developers, we met with council members 2 by 2 as to not break quorum. Those meetings were orchestrated like, how is this any different to have individual conversations with developers? They're not asking us for any support. It's an exchange of information. We're not orchestrating votes. I think it's a dangerous precedent for people to think they can't communicate directly to us. I do not want anyone buffering communication with us and constituents.
So I think Councilmember Foster with the Gateway Project, several folks said they felt dirty after those conversations and felt pressured and uncomfortable. So I received 3 emails from 3 council members saying that they were uncomfortable about this particular development in the emails, and which is why I forwarded to the developers, stop, cease and desist, don't, and they did. I understand you had a conversation with the real estate agent seeking information. I get all of that. My job is to express what a majority of the council wants. And when 3 say we don't want to do that, then 3 don't want to do that. And if the council wants to direct me to bring back a policy that says don't do that, I will do that. Today, you're right, there is no policy.
And I haven't had there's no policy because I don't know if there's a problem. I mean, may I ask your experience with other cities? What is your experience in other cities? I'm just curious. What is your access?
I've had good experiences and bad experiences. Generally, the bad experiences came with me not reaching out to council prior to the council hearing. They would say, I wish you would have come talk to me, and I understood more about your development, because we only have a very short amount of time to present, and there's you have a 600-page agenda. So when I do reach out to council prior to, and I do it individually, I don't try to get the whole council together. I'll say, this is what's going on with our project, here's who we're trying to serve, and if you have any questions, any clarifications, anything that's near and dear to your heart that you want to understand, because for me, on this development, we could develop several buildings and still serve a senior community, but I have a 78-year-old father. Do I want him outside walking between buildings to get to amenities in 80, 90, 100-degree weather, knowing that my father can't? So that's one of the reasons why it doesn't make sense to build the senior community across multiple parcels, crossing right-of-ways that could be potentially built. So that would be something, if I was on the council, I'd ask that question. Say, hey, look, what are you doing? And it doesn't mean I'm giving support as a council member. It means this is what's important to me as my council, and I know what my seniors in this community want. So it was just an opportunity just to reach out to see, is there anything that in particular, like one of my other developments in the city of Fort Worth, we brought in the HOAs and said, we don't want to change the character of your neighborhood, we want to add to it. And we had design charrettes, and we had all of the members, and even some city council members showed up because we wanted that to blend into the surrounding neighborhood. So the more we get the community involved and the leadership involved, the better our development comes out, because ultimately we're going to be serving the seniors. And we want to make sure that those seniors' needs, the seniors' needs in Bastrop, I'm sure, are different than Dallas or Fort Worth or Austin. So the only way for me to know that is to talk to you guys. And if you guys tell me, hey, look, we have a senior center. I heard that today. We have a great senior center. How can we connect our development with that senior center? Things I don't live in Bastrop, so I just want to make sure that we're doing what we need to do to serve the seniors in this community. So I think short answer is it's always better. It's always turned out better for me and my projects because we get the input from leadership and the neighborhood.
Okay, thanks. I don't want to railroad the agenda item for that. We can talk about that in another time of policy, the communication part of it, but I was completely comfortable with our communication and the request for communication and the information, and I personally didn't feel like you were trying to persuade me and just give me information, so I was comfortable with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Foster. Councilmember Plunkett.
Yeah, I don't know who would be the more appropriate person to answer this, but an estimate about what the value of the property would be post-development?
Hi, Tisha Vadia with Elizabeth Property Group. We have the developer. Again, just want to apologize for any miscommunication last week. I really am so sorry. We just want to do right by you guys and the community. So from a post-value standpoint, we project this project will be about a $15 million development, and that's how we determine the tax revenue, the real estate tax revenue that will be contributed to the city thereafter.
So about an additional 15 million or so added to the tax rolls?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Meyer. Thank you, Councilmember Plunkett.
Thank you, Mayor. Just going back, let's just get some clarification. Constituents are our people that we represent, right? This is everything. Developers are people that make money. I'm happy to meet with any constituent on any day, talk about any, in fact, I do all the time. So that's the difference between meeting with developers. And I just have a personal problem with it. I think the optics are really, really bad. And as we have done tonight, in open in front of all of our people, let's continue to do that this way. Therefore, I would ask that we do develop policy, direct the city manager to develop policy where there will be no lobbying from developers to individual council members.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Meyer. Council members, we have anything else? All right, thank you. We have two citizens that are signed up to speak on this item. Jason Notowitz. Oh, that's you.
No, it's me, sir.
All right. You want to speak again? Okay. You sure?
Only if you have questions, sir.
All right. And then we also have Kathy Metcalf.
Hi, I'm Kathy Metcalf, 122 Ulipaw Circle, Bastrop. Didn't know I was kind of walking into this fire. All I want is some reasonable rent for my seniors. My seniors meaning my mother. My mother's 84. She lives at the settlement. Her rent went up from $800 to $1,250. She makes $1,700 a month. I subsidize her, but there's only so much money I make too. It's ridiculous that our senior population in Bastrop are forced to choose whether they pay their rent or whether they buy their medicine. Food isn't a problem. We have 6 food pantries in this district, which that we go to. If this isn't the fit for Bastrop because of all the controversy, I want to thank the council for at least bringing something to the floor. And Sylvia, I've been talking to her for about a year on senior housing. So I commend you guys for what you're doing at this point. And again, this sounds good. It sounds like a great fit. But if it's not, I do commend you guys for at least bringing something to us and trying to get our seniors. We're a big part of Bastrop, and we're all getting older. None of us are getting younger. So I'm going to be in senior housing eventually, I'm sure. And I would hope that I wouldn't have to choose whether I buy my medication or pay my rent. And we don't have a whole lot of senior housing that is affordable, and I know that is a different fit for every person. There are some seniors that make quite a bit more money than my mom, but I see her struggle, and I see a lot of the senior center. I'm the president of the senior center. I see so many people have to call and say, can you get my medicine this month? And we do. We have a fund for that. But wouldn't it be great if we didn't have to do that and our seniors wouldn't have to come to people just to ask for help because they can't pay their rent, of all things. So I do appreciate the time. I do appreciate every single one of you. You guys know me, you know my heart, and I will continue advocating for the seniors of this community. Thank you so very much for all you do for us.
Thank you, Kathy. All right, we don't have any more comments for that. Council, you have anything else, discussion? Councilmember Fossler?
I noticed that the staff is recommending recommending the abandonment of the aforementioned right-of-way. Is the staff have any comment on the land swap? I mean,
With the exception of Jasper, as
Okay.
it's drawn. So the other items abandoned minus Jasper. Now, we weren't able to get complete surveys. Did we even get meets and bounds? Or we're going to do that at the plat? Remind me.
Well, we do not have meets and bounds yet. We can do it one of two ways. We can do it by the plat, which is, right now we have a preliminary plat that's pending. So we can take a plat to planning and zoning and ratification to dedicate the right-of-way, or we can get meets and bounds done by a November meeting. So it just depends if we want to do it by separate instrument and make it part of an abandonment deed, or do it by plat. I think they're both, I would defer to the attorneys in the room, but they're both the same. By plat, by separate instrument, it's going to be a right-of-way dedication in favor of the city of Bastrop.
I prefer separate instrument. It's just easier. Nobody reads plat's notes these days. Just,
Hurts
it's my
my
feeling.
heart. Hurts
I
my
know,
heart.
I'm talking to you specifically.
I'm kidding. I don't read them either.
And we have no issue with the land swap. It is up against a drainage ditch. I think any development in that area would not be smart anyway. It is in the Gills Branch watershed. We're good.
so one last question. So in the ordinance as it's currently written, it does say a certain section of Jasper, and then it says Mill Street and South. So if we wanted to take out Jasper altogether, there's no even certain section of Jasper, right? Correct. Okay, just checking, thanks.
All right, if we don't have any other discussion, do we have a motion on the floor?
A motion that we approve this item with the removal of the Jasper Street right-of-way removal or abandonment, the removal of that abandonment, and also accepting the concept of the land swap. And I will leave it to the city manager to determine the best instrument to execute said land swap.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, passes unanimous. Thank you. All right, agenda item 12B.
Thank you. Y'all can go celebrate now.
Thank you for your time.
All right, agenda item 12B, consider an act on the first reading of ordinance number 2025-78, amending the convention center capital budget by $117,510 funded from the hotel occupancy reserves to pay the necessary roof repairs to the convention center. Hello, Ms. Laura.
Hello. Respectfully, your next agenda item is from Doug Haggerty, who is presenting this item. Before I ask you to amend the budget, I'd just like to ask Doug to come up and talk to you about the item.
Thank you, Laura. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight we have before us a item on the Bastrop Convention Center. It's going to help us mitigate some health and safety issues with the roof right now. We are chasing a bunch of different leaks on there, and so as a low-sloped roof, it's any of the water that comes in that metal, it runs down the roof, then drips, and it's hard to chase those. And so tonight, in lieu of an actual roof replacement on the convention center, we want to, we've done a bunch of different research on silicone roof coating, and we think that that's the best choice to use going forward, just due to no new roof replacement, no any landfill. We're not filling up anything up in the landfill. We actually get a 20-year warranty out of the silicone on there, and we're actually able to recoat it again in another 20 years without having to tear any of that off. So essentially, it'll be there long after we're gone. So so here's some of the current images of what the roof looks like. The guys, the team will come in, clean all the roof off. They'll seal up any of the different screw heads, any of the laps, the issues that they see where there could be potential water that would come in. And so it'll all be cleaned off. The silicone coating will be put over the top of that. And then And then also on top of that, we are going to install access ladders, which currently the convention center doesn't have. So our friends over there, Ben and Company, hoist us up in the scissor lift every time we need to go up there. And so actually having ladders there will be a big benefit to us to maintain that roof and take care of it for going forward.
Mayor and Council, I would like to say that the convention center, the estimate that we had in the capital budget is $935,000 or $985,000 worth of repairs. These are repairs that had continued to be offset. And one of the hurt my heart moments to see the checks that we would write to Visit Bastrop, and yet our convention center, which is the one exact recipient of HOT funds, is falling into disrepair. You want to talk about being stewards of good money? This year, we put money back into the fund balance, and that is allowing these kinds of things to happen. So for all of the folks who wanted to, tar and feather me and take me to the gallows over Visit Bastrop, bring it on. I can show you account after account after account.
I don't know which one of y'all came up first. We'll go with Mayor Councilmember Plunkett. Let's do that.
So we're not spending money, we're saving money, right? that math comes straight from my wife.
This actual item, we had actually budgeted at $325,000. And Doug, poor Doug, I give him such a hard time all the time because he's a new department. And so he's kind of, he's always scraping from. And when he brought this one to me, I said, are you prepared to lose your job if it leaks with the first rain? But he did a really good job. He did a really good job with the references with the company, did his homework. So kudos to Doug. He's always looking to save us money every single day. So thank you.
Those the roofers right there?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
We'll be with him every step of the way, even after it's done. Every year we're up here doing inspection on the roof, no cost to y'all.
All right, thank you. So in case y'all didn't hear that, he said every year inspections on the roof, no cost to us. What's your name? What's your address? Huh? So you're a bus driver, huh? You just threw your man under the bus. Councilmember Fossler.
May I invite you up to the mic? I have a few questions, please. What's the, for power washing to get it clean, do you estimate any leaks on the inside during that process? Do you ever have problems with that part?
Yes, we do come across that, but as we do sections, we inform the inside, and we have somebody on the inside keeping an eye on that. Okay. So as we're going, so we can focus more on that, and we temp it in, let that temp and dry, continue power washing, keep going so it doesn't leak anymore as we're cleaning.
Okay, awesome. And then how long is the whole process take?
We had an estimate. It will take about, for the whole process, it's going to take a couple weeks of a process because not only that, but we are really involved in safety. So we have to set up all of our safety first before we start cleaning the roof. And every process is, it's continuing safety. So that's, the job itself might not take that long, but because we're so involved in safety, we want all of our workers to go home safe at the end of the day.
Yes,
so.
I appreciated all your paperwork. I could tell that was your focus.
Yep.
My last question is how loud is it? And I'm sure y'all are working with convention center staff because we stay pretty booked there. Do we need to I know they've got it, but rearrange bookings and stuff, or how loud is it?
The cleaning process will be kind of loud up there because we're going to have power washers equipment. Now, we will try to keep the equipment on the ground and run our hoses up so the equipment doesn't make so much noise. So we will, work with y'all on that noise. We're here for y'all, so we work around all that stuff. But we will let you know what sections we're going to be on certain days.
Okay, this is very exciting. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming here, too.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
Can you describe the product that you're installing? Like what is it and how is it installed?
So it's 100% silicone. So you have different types. You have, some people might put acrylic. We don't do too much with the acrylic because it's almost like a paint base. So a silicone with your type of roof will flex with the building because during the hot and cold that we have, your building metal's like, let's see, so if you got, for instance, if you got cold, then suddenly it gets warmed up really quick, you're gonna hear your roof start popping. It's the metal flexing. So the silicone will actually flex with that roof. It allows it not to tear.
But are you taking 75,000 tubes of silicone and caulking every panel? Tell me what is the product?
Base.
What are you doing? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah. If it was that, get me a
He's
job.
serious, y'all.
No, I'm just like, I quickly estimated how many tubes of silicone.
Yeah. No,
you know.
these are buckets.
He's done the
It's
numbers.
liquid
Yeah.
silicone on that. And all your
No, tell me, how do you install it? What's the product
so
process?
there's two processes. You can spray it
Uh-huh.
or you can roll it on there.
Okay.
So, but we're eliminating spraying because of the public. Because you got overspray. You got to watch out for that. You got to watch for the traffic. You got to watch for cars coming through. So we're gonna do a roll-on base, which is it's the same thing as a spray, but we're gonna roll it on, just because of the overspray, and it's within 5-gallon buckets, and it's liquid. So and all the fasteners, the seams come with the thicker liquid that we have to seal up before the actual coating goes on.
Okay, and then how thick is the final silicone?
How thick it is? It's the mills were. I'm trying to think what the mills were.
It's 45.
So the mill, it's about 0.45 mils. So it's a certain mils thickness that we have to go to keep that warranty. So the manufacturer would come in once we're done and cut a piece out. Then we have to go back and repair that piece because they're going to do a test on our mills to make sure we're within the mills for that warranty.
Right, but it's a pretty big roof, and roll-on is let's call it inexact method of
So
installation.
we mills, as we do sections, we have to mill the actual roof. We gauge it as we go.
Yeah. Okay,
so
good.
so we get that even flow throughout the roof. But yes, there is a process that we do to check the mills as we go.
Okay.
So.
And Doug, did you find others that have done such a treatment? Were they happy with it? Any specific references on this installer or anything like that?
Yeah, yes to all the above.
Okay.
I did reach out to the references that were provided. There's a handful of fueling stations, like a Valero or whatever, the canopies, whatever, they go in and re-roof those. And the gal that I talked with there had nothing but positive things to talk about or to say about the product and the customer service and the fact that they stand behind their warranty and the customer service. So that helped us get us over the edge to ensure that we wanted to go forward with these guys.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Council, any more discussion? Does anyone have a motion?
The motion to approve. Which one?
Well, I didn't even read,
Oh,
I didn't read 12C.
not yet.
We just did 12B.
Motion to
And-
approve 12C.
Well,
Can
we
do
sort of
that,
did
or what do we
12C.
Well, I
do?
mean, we did sort of do 12C, but she said she was calling him up here just because she knew he would need to talk for 12B, and we can
But she
We can-
needs to present now.
we can do the motion on 12B, then we can go over 12C, and being that a lot of the conversation was already had, it'll make for a quick motion.
Do it.
That work?
So 12B hasn't been presented yet? We just got presented 12C.
I'm sorry, 12C.
Motion to approve 12C.
Second.
No, we did 12, I did 12B, John. That's what I read, was 12B. I read 12B, she came up here and presented on 12B, and then she said Doug would have something to say pertaining to that, and that conversation led into what we would probably talk about on 12C. But let's just do the motion on 12B, and then we'll, what you got, Kevin?
12C is for the,
I know, but it.
so she's probably not ready to we want to.
Look, the conversation went into 12C.
Laura, are you doing, Laura, Miss Allen, you're 12B, right? That's what we're talking about? Motion to approve 12B.
Thank you. We got a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, thank you, Ms. Laura. All right, agenda item 12C, consider an act on resolution Number R-2025-185, authorizing the application of silicone roof coating system at the Bastrop Convention Center, awarding the contract to Nations Roof LLC in the amount of $117,510.
Motion to approve 12C.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank y'all. Now we getting somewhere. Cooking with a little grease. Agenda item 12D. Conduct a public hearing. Consider an act on the first reading of ordinance number 2025-75, granting a one-year extension of the master plan expiration for Ranch Plan Development District, being 24.04 acres out of the Nancy Blakey survey as shown on attachment 1, located at 615 West Highway 71 within the city limits of Bastrop, Texas, and moved to include on the November 4, 2025 City Council consent agenda for the second reading. James Cowie. Doc, how you doing, sir?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and public. This one's fairly straightforward. This ties to what you were hearing earlier tonight with Jake. This is an existing approved plan development district we did several years ago where they're doing the multifamily. Nothing's physically changing the project itself, but our PDDs within the city of Bastrop, we set a time limitation. They don't run indefinite, so as time changes, if you don't build a product, the city changes, you may have to bring that back. So what's being requested tonight, which was approved by P&Z, here's the property location. Again, this is an already approved project called a Plan Development District that was, the public hearings, the meetings, et cetera on. And the extension request by the developer, again, it's a partnership. They can't really build, and we're on constant communication. This ties to Blakey, again, the roundabout you heard tonight. So those are necessary for this development to go forward. Again, here's an overview of what was approved years ago. Nothing's changing from it. To the far right, you have the extension. Let me get turned around here, right? So the far right, you have the extension of Blakey. The road beside, along the bottom line of that page is, I think, named after his daughter. And then you heard Jake's presentation where you see that little hook to the far left. That's that connection where we're trying to make the roundabout work. So we'll get the light on. So here's where eventually Blakey's going to punch through, to come through here. Again, Andres advised they're 100% on plans on this. We're working with a developer on Burleson Crossing East here on maybe doing a portion of it. And then you heard tonight the presentation where this is a complete package. This has to work, this has to work, and the roundabout has to be working to make a complete project. So again, the extension is really based on us working together and getting the roads and infrastructure in for the project. Any
Colin,
questions?
can you zoom in just for a little bit, please? I see a lot of people squinting.
So if you can slide to the right for me, Colin. Go the other way, sorry.
Thank you, Colin.
So again, if you can picture Lowe's where that little circle is, there's to the far, you have Lowe's, Burleson Crossing East there, and you have Settlement, and you see that little cul-de-sac. That's the Settlement section. As was stated a while ago, part of the issue with Blakey is we've got to get around the daycare that was in the right-of-way of Blakey, and Andres is still working through land acquisition on that. Again, the plans are complete, we're working through land acquisition. My light back on. So again, here's Blakey. This is paralleling the new road. If you can slide me this way, Colin. And then you see Highway 71 here, and missing on this drawing is here as you go a little bit down here, this is where 150 goes into 71. So roundabout that's being designed is required to make this connection and continue to go that direction. So Blakey extended, turns the corner, parallels, comes there in front of the boot barn, the car wash, and eventually hits the roundabout. And again, the extension is based on us getting Blakey and this infrastructure put in. Any questions?
Move to approve.
Second.
Hold up, y'all.
Yep.
I would like to open up this public hearing. All right. We don't have anybody who would like to speak. All right, we're going to close the public hearing. Okay, council.
Aye.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
Is the developer here?
No, sir, because it was pretty straightforward. Is there any questions I can answer for Mr. Kirkland?
So how much of Blakey does he need built in order to start building?
pretty well all of it for fire, access, et cetera. He really needs all of it. We are in discussion, and once we do get under construction, we may run together at the same time, where he can be building while we're building, but really for fire, access, et cetera, he needs all of it. And the goal was for him to really start, I believe, from the, don't correct me if I'm wrong, he's going to phase it, start from the front and come in from the back later. So, but again, to answer your question, he needs not just the roads, the water and sewer, which are going to be part of the Blakey project.
Okay, got it. I mean, it's pretty straightforward that this is reasonable to do at this point because the infrastructure is not in place yet. But if we get to this, say, a year from now, and we're having the same conversation, the infrastructure is in place, I'm going to be less inclined to want to approve it.
Yes, and again, their goal is, again, based on economy, to run concurrent once we're 100%, once we're under construction. If we're 6 months to completion, he wants to start his, we'll run them parallel. He won't be able to get his CO till our part's complete.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any other discussion?
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, agenda item 12D passes unanimous. Okay, so we're here, we also, what I'm pretty sure a lot of you are here for, agenda items 12E, 12F, and 12G. We do have quite a bit of comments, so just so y'all understand how to go, we'll go over the public hearing. 12E and 12F are public hearings. We'll do them individually, and you'll have an opportunity to speak once I open up the public hearing. Yes, and so I'm going to switch up and do 12F and then 12E. So 12F is to conduct a public hearing to consider an act on an ordinance number 2025-77 pertaining to a request for a zoning concept scheme to rezone the project site from P3 neighborhood to P4 mix for the area described as being 0.431, give or take, acres out of the building block 12 east of Water Street, located at 1005 Pecan Street within the city limits of Bastrop, Texas, and move to include on the November 4th, 2025 City Council agenda for a second reading. This development is more commonly known as Pecan Place. Doc.
Again, good afternoon, Mayor and Council and public. So since we moved 12F, I kind of explain what's going on. So we have two things. Your first agenda item was a request for a comp plan / future land use map that we recently adopted with a lot of input, and y'all were all part of the process and public hearing stuff. Your zoning is based on what your future land use man. So when you do a zoning change, your comp plan is basically supported by your future land use plan, especially when it's a brand new future land use plan. So what's being proposed as read is we have this piece of property here on 1005 Pecan Street. The current zoning designation is P3 neighborhood, and is surrounded by more P3 to the north, P5 to the west. As you see on that table, it's kind of hard to read, but what's being proposed is 2 fourplexes on one lot. And under those current designations of a P3, that's not allowed. So the proposal tonight is go to a P5, P4 to allow that use. And again, this decision is based on what your future land use map. Your future land use map shows this being a residential use. So here's an overview of, again, the 1005 Pecan Street. It's behind the Shell station there on Pecan Street. What's being proposed is, we looked at concept plan with them, 2 fourplexes on one existing lot, parking in the rear. And then this is kind of the criteria. The place type, P4 is what's being proposed, allows for a more intense residential use. The comp plan, as I just touched on, is the future land use map was adopted in May of 2025. Property was designated in that comp plan / future land use map, which is your foundation for your zoning request, was identified as being neighborhood residential, intended for single-family residential use, with 4 6 units per acre on average. And if you remember, we went to a 1/3 acre requirement as part of our older districts in town. Supply of similar zoning. There are no adjacent properties on P4 mix. A rezoning could be potentially seen as spot zoning. However, P5 commercial does exist adjacent to this property. and it could be as a transitional zone, and that's the question, are you transitioning from residential to commercial or commercial to this mixed use? Rate of development in similar place, nearby residential development follows the P3 standard. P4 requests would diverge from the low-density residential trends in the vicinity. Again, it's what recently, if y'all remember correctly, we came up with a 1/3 acre requirement. And that's one residential and ADUs in the back. Effect on other areas with similar designation. Approval would encourage additional requests to rezone from P3 to P4, gradually undermine the intent of the comprehensive plan / future land use plan. And then 6 is other factors, public health, safety, and welfare, would increase impervious cover allowance in the Gills Branch watershed, would require over-detention, more residential use would result in more traffic, and parking demand in and out of the property. And this FYI, and I assume the applicant would make their presentation, at the same time this process was going through for the zoning change, there was, as we were adopting the 1/3 acre requirement, a submittal was submitted for a minor plat. This minor plat was done in March 3rd, so that was prior to us adopting the 1/3 acre requirement. So they still have a right to go forward with this. And then the ordinance was approved after that. And because of the minor plat was submitted before the ordinance, the developer is still allowed to build the duplexes on this lot. And again, on the same day, establish a minimum lot size of 1/3 acre. So you have the zoning change request here, and then for information, again, I assume the applicant will make a presentation. If the zoning change going through, this is being proposed. So y'all have all the information in front of you. And go back. Any questions?
We're going to open up a public hearing.
Okay.
And then we'll have discussion afterwards. I'm going to open up the public hearing. I know several of you that have signed up to speak on all three, 12F, 12E, F, and G. And so I will give you an opportunity to go ahead and speak right now. Yeah, sure. I didn't know he was here. Thank you. Yes, please do. My apologies. How are y'all doing this evening?
Good, thank you.
Can you please introduce yourselves to us and the citizens? And
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Lindsay Osqui, and I'm with Doucette and Associates here on behalf of the applicant tonight, representing the zoning case and the warrants case. I've listened intently over the last couple of months. I was at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting to understand the issues that were raised, as well as follow the traffic on social media about some of the concerns to understand the issues. And I can say that the sentiments that I heard expressed were very familiar to me. Between 2012 and 2024, I spent most Tuesday nights in settings such as this, at Planning and Zoning Commission meetings and City Council, working for a city in a nearby jurisdiction, listening to zoning cases and presenting them along with my team of engineers, engineers, planners, and building officials. And so, listening to topics that have a sense of passion around them is something that I navigated for many years. And this is actually my first time speaking on behalf of a developer. So what you might find is that my presentation is actually formatted very similar to how I would do my staff reports, dissecting the issues analytically rather than from a point of advocacy. And so one thing that I would often advise my councils and my planning and zoning commissions is when considering issues, think of them on a spectrum, from what is possible to what is probable in terms of how often an issue would occur. And so I'd like to walk you through tonight what I've heard of the issues over the last few months and what I think you might consider. Is it possible to switch? Thank you very much. Okay, so I know that everyone in this room tonight is familiar with the location of where this project is situated at the corner.
I have a quick question.
Absolutely.
Just how many slides do you have?
Do you know precisely how many is about?
I mean, even round.
Pardon? Probably 10 or so, I think.
Okay, but not like 70.
Oh, no.
Okay.
No.
Okay, cool.
No.
yeah, no. So we're just we're not trying to cut you off or whatnot,
Sure.
but at the P&Z, it was like a 45-minute deliberation
No,
talking
it'll
about the
be-
property, and we're not trying to have that, to respect everybody's time.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
So to provide some context, although everyone knows where the location is, one of the inherent things that you're asking yourself in a zoning case is does it fit appropriately with the area? And these are my observations about the area. It is a quintessential point of transition. To the south, you have a relatively intense commercial use, a gas station, and you're within a portion of a block from the main east-west road through town. To the west, you have some lighter intensity commercial uses, a bed and breakfast, and office to the east. And then to the north, you have residential. So this is exactly the type of parcel that would typically be considered a point of transition. Additionally, as Mr. Cowie raised about the future land use map and this being identified as appropriate for residential, in that, I would agree. It has tremendous walkability not only to the school to the northeast, but also to downtown. And so this is actually a place you would want to encourage people to live in a village setting. But as the realities of the market have changed, because it is adjacent to a high-intensity commercial use, it's pretty unlikely that the market would bear single-family residential, which is why the application is before you for a rezoning to P4. So when I took a look at the city's zoning code and comprehensive plan and consulted with the applicant about the most appropriate zoning, going one stage up to mix seemed to make sense to me. That the description in your code about what that provides is for a mix of residential building types and provide more lifestyle choices, which based on what I know of Bastrop's rate of growth is evidenced by the increase in an earlier presentation about the there being more permit fees than as projected. There is something called, in planning jargon, sort of the missing middle type of housing. This is for families that aren't, either young families or older seniors, as we heard in another presentation tonight, that want to stay in Bastrop or move to Bastrop. And that's a supply that's lacking in this area. But part of, or inherent in what a zoning case considers is really, it's very context sensitive. So where are you putting this zoning district? I already discussed about the transitional nature of the particular property, but I want to point out to you what I see about the patterns basically in the immediately adjacent area. I see that the city has commonly used P4 as a buffer between P5, which is adjacent to your primary residential or primary commercial streets, Chestnut and Main Street, and that P4, if you look to the block to the east, basically between Spring Street and Hazel, those are areas where P4 is used to buffer to P3 to lessen the intensity. And so it's really quite logical that you would create the same buffer like you see elsewhere in the community. When Mr. Cowie went through the different factors in zoning, I heard a lot about compatibility and consistency with adjacent uses in the area, and this is a perfect case for that. But in addition to talking about use compatibility, an area that's commonly of concern to neighbors, and certainly makes sense in this case, is what am I going to see when I drive home, when I drive past this property, especially when you talk about increased intensities of residential. People often think of kind of what I would describe as the worst case scenario, relatively ugly buildings that don't fit in context. And the images on the screen to the left represent the rendering submitted with the zoning concept scheme, which took, as I think probably is pretty intuitive to see, inspiration from the images to right, which are all houses within this part of the city of Bastrop. And so you can see the elements that that the B3 code talks about that are traditional in a village in this architecture. But architecture is not the only way that a project can express compatibility. What I observe in this project, and can say we worked into the presentation and the proposal and the concept scheme, is site compatibility. So that can be achieved by many ways, in many mechanisms, but one of those mechanisms has to do with screening and fencing. And you'll see in this proposal, it shows two types, and that's very intentional. We looked to other properties, residential properties within the neighborhood, and saw that many had wrought iron fences delineating their properties. So we are proposing that on the property line adjacent to the residential to the north. But you'll notice that around the rear of the property, we've used opaque wooden screening. And that's because that is intended to be more of a buffer, not only for the adjacent properties, but also for the residents that would live here. And it also speaks to reasoning for drainage, which I'll get into later in the presentation. We took a look at the landscaping and tried to mimic the way that landscaping is arranged around the front of the building in most of the houses in this area, and we also very intentionally placed the parking in the back. So between the architecture and the site planning, the goal was to mimic some of the other residential, or to mimic the single-family residential to the north. But there's another component to compatibility, and that is how a property operates. And so one of the common mechanisms that I've seen development use in order to ensure compatibility in a situation where there's common areas like this is through a condo association. And that helps to make sure that the property stays. One of the concerns that I've heard raised on projects such as this often is it'll get run down. The investment in the community might not be there because it's commonly owned. And the solution to that is a condo association. So you have a professional company that actually maintains the property and also handles things like, trash service, bringing the trash cans back from the road, just as you would see in single-family properties, as well as taking care of exterior maintenance. And so one of the things also that is often considered in zoning is, in your future land use map and your comprehensive plan, is does this use fill a need or a void or a lack of supply of something in the community or something we need in the community? And what I would suggest has been alluded to, or if not addressed directly earlier this evening by completely unrelated agenda items, is that there is a lack of certain types of housing. This particular project is proposed what's called missing middle, and that's basically geared towards either smaller families or single older adults, people who for a variety of reasons don't necessarily want a large yard or have interest in a larger house. And so the fourplex concept, as it implies, there are 4 units to a building. These are would be about 1,100 square feet, 2 bedrooms, and would generally be appealing to the generally be targeted toward the array of tenants or owners in the top right. One of the relevant pieces I want to highlight, one of the concerns I heard at P&Z was about parking and an on-street parking issue or potential one. And one thing I would like to point out is that this project is parked to code, number one, but also thinking about when I was mentioning earlier about the possible versus probable spectrum. I would posit that it is possible that guests of this project might park on the street from time to time, but it's unlikely to be underparked for day-to-day use. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One, the size of the units. As you can see, the common space, so it doesn't really accommodate large parties, so you're not going to have many large gatherings here with any regularity. And with bedrooms of this size, it's really not possible to have particularly large families or numerous adults. So possible issue, yes. A chronic issue, highly unlikely. And so that dovetails into another issue that I commonly have heard related to this zoning application, and that has to do with traffic. And one of the things to consider in traffic patterns is where your main destinations are located relative to the project. while it is possible that residents of this project may go northward into the neighborhood to visit friends or go to the school, there's a really evident kind of gravitational pull south, east, and west for daily uses like work. If you think about where people grocery shop, where they go out to dinner, they're moving toward Chestnut Street to the south. They're moving west to downtown or down 71 or east to 95. And so while it is certainly true that some people will travel north from time to time, the bulk of the relatively limited traffic will be heading away from that neighborhood. It's probably even more likely that more residents from the north are traveling past this property. That's not to say, and so I'm trying to provide somewhat of a balanced perspective, not to say that there's an either or in this situation. You just need to, what I would urge consideration is sort of an analytical approach to the likelihood of this becoming an issue. While the issue of drainage was not one that was raised as prominently as some of the previous ones that I presented by the general public, this actually was the sole issue that was raised as a point of concern when we met with staff back in December at the pre-development meeting. This property is located in the Gills Branch, which, as I'm sure you're aware, has necessarily so stringent detention requirements. And this property, when we analyzed that, we took that to heart and were oriented to finding a solution to meet that. The way the drainage pattern currently occurs is relatively disorganized. It's relatively flat with a slight orientation to the southeast. And because of a stem wall along the southern portion of the property, during heavy rain events, a lot of that water travels to the southeastern property. So we were looking for a solution that not only complied with Gills Branch, but also utilized on-site detention and as a belt and suspenders approach to the city's existing stormwater system. So our drainage not only meets Gills Branch, or our conceptual drainage plan not only meets Gills Branch, but also relieves the property to the southeast of any existing drainage issues. This is achieved by using a product that the city approved in September of this year called TrueGrid Plus. It's a low-impact development solution. It's basically filtration, but what I would highlight, and I'm going to attempt to do that. No. How do I do that spotlight thing? Okay. So it's a system of layers, and the top part is a high-density polyethylene, basically a really sturdy plastic grid system. And underneath it, it has, you'll see this right here, this is a layer that has, to use more technical jargon, void space between the rocks. What that means is that it can store water. And depending on the depth of this, you can store more water. So we are meeting the Gills Branch requirements by using this system in the parking areas and drive aisles. And then we would have an underdrain that would essentially, in the case, although we are detaining what's required, in the case of, and then I should say, water naturally drains into the soil. So basically it infiltrates. But as a belt and suspenders approach, we are also proposing an underdrain that would get into the stormwater, the city's existing stormwater system for anything that's beyond what we're required to detain. And so this, I went into pretty great detail on this, but not only because staff raised it as a point of concern when we first met with them, but to demonstrate that this project really has attempted to be thoughtful to the issues raised by the city. This is an example of the product. It's used in both residential and commercial settings. So I will conclude, hopefully that was way less than 45 minutes, but I will conclude by saying that this is not the first time this has become before the members of the public. Obviously, it was presented at Planning and Zoning Commission, but there was also an open house held in late July. A primary purpose of which was to deliver, any sort of facts or answer any questions about the case. And hopefully over the course of these last couple months, we've been able to answer questions of the public. Even if there's points of disagreement, I hope that we've been able to present the facts of what we're asking. So thank you very much. And in conclusion, this is on agenda items 12, I believe this is 12F and 12G. So there are two components that we're requesting tonight. The first is passage of a rezone to P4 mix. And the second is an associated, Bastrop calls them warrants for reduction in the parking space size, not the parking number, just the dimensions. So thank you very much for your time and consideration. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. You probably will have an opportunity, but we're going to reopen the public hearing. And we have several citizens who have signed up to speak. So we're going to go through those. Up first, we have Stephanie Jenkins. She does not wish to speak, but she is not in favor of rezoning the LeBlanc property. So she's, this is in regards to agenda item 12E and 12F. We have William Holford. You didn't check off if you wanted to speak. I know you want to speak, though. I'm pretty positive. So you didn't show up not to speak.
I'm not sure what that means, Ishmael. William Holford, 1308 Pecan Street. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll be brief but detailed, hopefully. I am opposed to this.
Sir, you got 3 minutes, and like I was saying, I'll on the 30-second mark for you.
We'll get there before then. I'm opposed to this change in either the land use or the zoning. The property should be developed under the development code that the property was purchased under at the time, or if zoning is changed, it should be changed to the current development code, which would require single-family residential with a 1/3 acre minimum lot size. Regarding the public meeting that was discussed and communication from the developer and an attorney that represented the developer, in my opinion, that communication, can I get you some water? The communication with nearby property owners was poor and at best ineffective. In my previous career as a newspaper reporter, I attended or covered hundreds, possibly more than 1,000 public meetings, city council meetings, P&Z meetings, historical landmark commission meetings, county commissioner, school boards, and hospital board meetings. The open house, the public meeting that was just mentioned back in July at 602 Main was one of the most contentious, unproductive that I've ever seen or been to. Mr. Kirby, the developer's attorney, provided information that was, to me anyway, in my opinion, illogical. For example, he told attendees that no one would invest in a single-family residence behind a gas station. What then makes the developer certain that 8 families or individuals would invest in or live in 2 quadplexes behind a gas station? That doesn't make sense. Mr. Kirby also told neighbors that the developer plans to build quadplexes that match and complement the character of the homes in the neighborhood, but also added that if they don't get the preferred zoning change, they would build duplexes instead. So I'm not sure, I'm sure that the developer could build duplexes that match the style, the history, and the tradition of the neighborhood and the other homes as well. And lastly, it is my understanding that if the developer is granted this zoning change, the property could be developed or sold to another developer for some or certain commercial uses. I therefore repeat and reiterate that I believe that the property should be developed under the code that it was purchased under, or if any change is made, it should be brought up to the current development code, single-family residential with a 1/3 acre minimum lot size. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Chris Toth, and he wishes to speak on agenda item 12. No, it's 12E, but did you? So you look, I have. So you have this one individualized, and we can go back. Are you?
I'm good speaking
Okay.
on all 3 items.
Okay,
I think
all right.
they're
Sounds good.
really a package deal.
Okay.
So, good evening, Mayor Harris, members of the council. Thank you for having me here tonight. My name is Chris Toth. I live at 1309 Water Street. I am a Planning and Zoning Commissioner, but I am speaking tonight in my personal capacity as a resident of Bastrop. When you look at whether these requests should be approved, I think there's really a two-prong approach to it. First is the merits of the request, and the second is the precedent that you will set if you grant this request. Starting with the merits, there's several, I think, very important points here that go to the conclusion that this should be denied. First is the fact that it will go against the future land use map. And that future land use map, as you know, came about through some very hard work of the members of this council in conjunction with members of the public that were allowed to provide their input. And the point of a future land use map is so you can have development that is done in an organized and a cohesive manner, not that is helter-skelter, that's done at a whim. Also, the future land use map provides a guide for our city manager and city staff so they can once again, in a very organized fashion, guide development in the city. There may come a time where a deviation from the future land use map is justified for some extraordinary project we couldn't anticipate, but I don't think anybody could make the argument that this is it. Second, one of the things this is really about is increasing impervious cover. If this is granted, the impervious cover limitation will increase to 60% as opposed to 50%. And as we all know, we've worked very hard as a city to decrease the amount of impervious cover that is allowed because of the real danger of flooding in this city. Also, this will result in more units. There'll be 6 units if they go with their current project, 8 if they go with the one that would be approved by this. More traffic, more noise, more parking on the street. And then another, I think, important point is that they have made the distinction that it's 6 rental units versus 8 owner units. But the reality is, at the end of the day, whether the 6 or the 8 are built, they're all going to be rental units. Because these type of developments, quadplexes, are notorious for having short-time original owners and also notorious for being hard to resell. And then finally, on the precedent issue of this, the way this has been posed to the city is give us what we want, or we will build some ugly buildings and we will put parking in front. That is not the way to do business in a city. It involves bullying, and a precedent needs to be set in this direction that we will not allow someone to come into our community and bully us into something we don't want to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, we have up next Chris Kirby. Hello, sir. You have 3 minutes. You please introduce yourself, and I would on your 30-second mark.
Thank you. Chris Kirby, 33 Lost Pines, Bastrop. Excuse me. Just a couple of things to mention. Yeah, I am certainly in support of this project, not because of the alternatives, but because this project as proposed is the best thing for the city of Bastrop. I think that the mention that was made earlier about, well, certainly the entire presentation that was made earlier on behalf of the developer was talking not about alternatives, but about this project. What is going to be the best thing in transition from the gas station on Chestnut into the historic part of Bastrop? And when we're talking, I know that just a couple of months ago there was a lot of discussion here about obtainable housing. And yet now what we're talking about is the idea of exactly that. 8 units that could be easily obtainable for a quadrant of the population that really doesn't have those alternatives in city center, in the historic neighborhood. And these would be homes that, in fact, at the close of my ineffective meeting at 602 Main that was mentioned earlier, I had a lot of folks come up and talk about the fact that they appreciated getting more information, and a couple of you, I think, were in attendance at that meeting. And two of them, in fact, came up, two widows came up and said that they had homes there on Pecan that are too much for them at this point. They had raised their families had moved on, as kids are supposed to do. Both of their husbands had passed, and now they're in large homes, large yards, and it's really more than they want, but they want to stay close to their neighbors. And they said to me quite emphatically, if this is built, they want to buy them. And so for the developer, that means 2 out of the 8, apparently there's some folks that are ready to move in as soon as they're built that live on Pecan and want to stay on Pecan, but are in a situation that's just not sustainable for them. You also need to recognize that, yes, it would be 8 versus 6 if it was the 2 4 owner-occupied buildings. I think it's conjecture at best that those things would be rented, not bought. They are owner-occupied units, or that's the intention. And so from the DIA's perspective, you need to think about that from tax base for the city as well. We have a limited amount of property in the city that can generate the taxes needed for us to do everything that we want to do. And when you think about that, 4 owner-occupied places would be that much more tax for the city. But finally, what I want to say to you all is, yes, this is difficult. It's been a contentious situation. There have been pieces of it that have been misunderstood, lots of it that's been misunderstood, and certainly the intentions of the developers have been maligned. But the sad reality is, or the reality for you all that you have to face is, do you want to lead the city in the way that it needs to be led, or do you want to bow to the complaints of the minority? Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Up next, we have Sam and Marilyn Callahan. They do not wish to speak, but they would like to record their opposition to opposed to the next-door neighbors of the proposed project. Up next, we have Elaine Weiss. She does not wish to speak, but would like to record her opposition for agenda items 12E, F, and G. Kathy Albers does not wish to speak, but she would like to record her opposition for agenda items 12E, 12F, and 12G. Larry Albers does not wish to speak, but he would like to record his opposition for agenda items 12E, 12F, and 12G. Matthew Lassen wishes to speak. Matt, you still here? There you are. Hello, sir. If you can introduce yourself, you have 3 minutes, and now on the 30.
Thank you. My name is Matthew Lassen. I live at 1403 Church Street. I just kind of want to stand up, maybe shed a little light on how this property got to this situation, at least from my opinion, or from my view. I was on planning and zoning when the B3 codes were passed. I know they're not the most popular thing at times, but that is what brought into effect our current zoning of P1, P2, 3, 4, and P5. And it's funny to sit here and listen to people struggle and say things that were so obvious back then and try to figure out now. I think there's been a certain amount of the B3 codes that have been set aside, and people haven't really tried to understand.
Call it.
And it would fix this issue quite a bit. Am I too tall for this?
No, you're good. I was calling him for the timer, that's all.
Oh, I got extra. Excellent. And so we heard, when we were redoing the zoning, obviously there's all these transition areas that are very difficult to figure out. And this isn't the only property. There were probably 7 or 8 just off of Chestnut that, as far as the way the P&Z and council had worked at that time, is these were always intended to be transitional properties. This one was talked about ad nauseum, and it was intended to be P4 from the beginning. The reason it wasn't is because there was a little old lady and several other ones that are on fixed incomes that live in these properties, and as soon as you increase the zoning, you increase the perceived value of the property, and it was going to be an undue tax burden on these individuals. Now, the idea was also that when a project came forward, that cooler heads would prevail and understand that these are really difficult properties to deal with. Like, there is nothing great, and there's only a best fit that can kind of go in there, and that's kind of the definition of transition. Like, it's not this, it's not that, it's transition. And we've heard a lot about that. At the same time, when we were hearing these zoning requests, we had a wonderful request from our council member, Carrie Fossler, who lives in an area on train tracks surrounded by P3 as it is now. And she came and her husband, I think, to request a P4 zoning change, which is completely even more ridiculous, I think, than trying to call this P4. However, she had a wonderful idea, and she sold an idea that this is a great spot where you could create a commercial kitchen, set up a little restaurant on the tracks, and you could get local chef talent to come in, open a restaurant, maybe a pop kitchen from time to time, and hold it here on the thing. And you know what? She sold everybody on planning and zoning and the council, and it was reasonable and it made sense. And Carrie, I'm still waiting for the restaurant. Like, I know you are too, but like, we're working there. But I think that kind of as we look at this, sorry, I got a few things written down just to make sure that kind of get through. And I remember it was the whistle stop. I loved the idea. But this property currently, I mean, it has kind of a similar identity, and well, I'm just going to read because I have it written down. But similarly, this current project fulfills the intent of Bastrop's development code. It expands the downtown housing options, supports affordability for both residents and young families, and creates a sensible transition between the heavy commercial on Chestnut and the residential character of Pecan. It allows the owners to realize the highest and best use of their property, and at the same time advancing the city goals, which is something I think we'd all want for ourselves. Beyond that, developments like this provide the tax base needed to fund the public improvement projects that the residents always so obnoxiously request, kind of like sidewalks, roads, clean water, sewer systems, drainage, flood control, parks, clean streets, power, law enforcement, bridge maintenance, as we're kind of going through that, and of course, developing wonderful walking nature trails. While it may not carry the same emotional excitement as Carrie's whistle stop, the project serves the same purpose here in Bastrop and helps us grow, and it creates the services that we need in our community. So, thank you.
Thank you, Matt. All right, up next we have Jimmy Crouch. He wishes to speak on agenda items 12E, F, and G.
Jimmy Crouch, 605 Buttonwood Street. I wanted to speak on this, and I had a lot of stuff written out, of course. The applicant's architect did an excellent job, I think, of explaining everything that they've designed in the transition, and Matt did a really good job just now of explaining why it was a P3 at the time. I think it's a perfect transition. It's one house off of, or one lot off of Chestnut Street. If you take the section of city from Main Street to, let me see which ones I wrote down. Chestnut to Spring, Water to Hazel. There's, for the transition piece, there's 16 businesses in that section of town, and there's 15 houses, and there's 6 townhouses. So to me, that completely describes what transitional housing needs to be, or a transitional lot needs to be. You have a mix of everything right there, and being one lot off of Chestnut Street is a perfect spot for that, I think. And really, I think everything else has been covered that I had written down. I just want to voice my opinion that for me personally, I live 3 blocks from here. I would rather see the P4 version versus the P3 version. The parking and the drainage, there's similar drainage that was installed at the Art Center across the street, and also in the parking lot behind Old Town with the drainage. So you're fixing a drainage problem with this, and affordable housing issues. Maybe some wait staff for the restaurant can live there versus a house down the street. So I'm in favor of this. I think it's a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. All right, Up next, we have Jim Kuhn. He'd like to record his opposition. He does not wish to speak, but his opposition for agenda items 12E, F, and G. I don't know who it is, but they record their opposition. For 12E, F, and G. It's anonymous, it's blank, but we got it here. It was emailed in. All right. Up next, we have John Crawford. He wishes to speak on the agenda items 12E, F, and G. Hello, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I'm John Crawford, 1312 Jefferson Street. Members of my family have lived on Jefferson continuously since 1914. I was born and raised here. As long as I can remember, that property was a single-family home. The idea of putting 8 units, living units, and 16 parking spaces on a half-acre lot in that location doesn't make any sense to me. The gas station and the convenience store are busy. The trucks that supply that gas station and convenience store park in front of this property on a regular basis. The presentation says that the entrance and exit to that property would be in the center. Where are those trucks going to go? When the trucks park there, it's very difficult for cars to pass each other, and the trucks can be there sometimes for hours if you go and watch what happens on that street. Street parking on a regular basis would just add more traffic problems. I can't see that it would be a reasonable change to put that much density in that small space. I've got more to say, but it's late, and I just want to...
Speak your mind.
No,
you got a minute and a half.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Okay.
But I'm opposed, and I appreciate all of you all. I know council takes a lot of time and effort, and thank you all for serving, every one of you. You're doing a great job for the city, so thanks.
Thank you. All right, I have 2 more that were emailed in to me. From Seth and Audrey Jones. They're opposed to the rezoning of this property. Also, from Deborah Jones, she is opposed to the rezoning of the property. Would you like to speak? Well, sometimes they're like super long. It's so to be fair to everyone, like I give an opposition yes or no, because sometimes they're like this long, sometimes they're short. So I appreciate it. We'll just for the sake of time, like I try to be fair across. Like if you know what I mean. Like every one of them I get. I give an opposition or yay or nay, and I'll read them, but, you know, if you would like to, you can. Okay. Thank you, and I appreciate all your efforts. Can she do that? Okay, all right, there you go.
I don't even have my glasses with me. Thank you.
Hey, we got glasses. You know.
I really wanted you to read these.
I understand.
That's fine.
You know.
So, Seth and Audrey Jones, I'm opposed to the proposed rezoning of this lot from P3 to P4 for several reasons. First, the developers have not demonstrated good faith in their dealings with the communities. During the initial discussions, they used intimidation tactics, threatening to build 3 duplexes if their rezoning request was not approved. They also denied neighbors' requests to preserve the historic home that once stood on the property, or to even save meaningful architectural elements such as doors and fixtures prior to demolition. While the developers claim to have the town's best interest in mind, their actions tell a different story. They have made little effort to communicate with nearby residents or to consider the neighborhood's ideas and concerns. Their focus appears to be primarily financial, and once the property is rezoned, there's little assurance that they will honor their stated plans for two quadplexes rather than pursuing a more profitable commercial project. The developers have also misrepresented facts in support of their rezoning requests. They argue that surrounding properties between P3 and P5 are all zoned P4, but they neglected to mention that those P4 properties are businesses operating out of preserved historic homes, unlike this lot where the historic structure was demolished. They further cited nearby apartments as justification for their project without clarifying that those apartments have been part of the community for over 40 years and are located adjacent to downtown, not within a residential neighborhood like ours. Unfortunately, I want a developer who genuinely cares about the people who live here and the character of our neighborhood, not one driven solely by profit. I would welcome a small community-oriented business such as a coffee shop if it were led by individuals who respect the town's history and the neighbors who call it home, but I cannot support this current development group or their rezoning request.
I will grant you 1 minute, an extra minute, so you can get through
Thank
your
you.
reading. You're
so
welcome.
This, from myself and my husband, please consider the following when representing the rezoning of the LeBlanc property to council. The citizens and quite frankly, the council have already weighed in on not having more concentrated development in this specific area. The developer got in under the wire to change the site from a single family to 3 lots. Now they want more, and they do not have to do what they say if they get it rezoned. The downtown infrastructure is already at capacity. I lived at 1101 Pecan and found myself on an island several times when we had continuous rain. We currently own 904 Spring, which also gets underwater when there is heavy rain. As for parking, there will be additional cars on the street when there are visitors. The developer can already place 6 units on his lots. Please do not extend to 8. It is best for the neighborhood to limit street parking as much as possible. Further, the developer can just as easily place 3 duplexes into a condo agreement as they can 2 fourplexes. The duplexes do not have to be rentals as represented by the developer.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'll need those back. Thank you. All right. We do not have any other comments from anyone, so we're going to close the public hearing. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. So I was at the July 24th community meeting downtown, 602. I was at the planning and zoning meeting on September the 25th. So I've heard every side of upside down, inside out on all of this project. And I understand the word grandfathered being used all the time. And it was said without explanation of what was grandfathered. So the plat was grandfathered because on March the 3rd, the plat was approved. On March the 11th, the codes were amended. So 1 week later is when we made the necessary amendments to these codes that would have allowed something like this, because we saw what the problem would be, what a lot of people have said. My question is to Doc or Sylvia. So we know that the plat is grandfathered because they got it in. But what about drainage isn't grandfathered, parking isn't grandfathered, and that's all part of a duplex project, right? So by saying, well, we're grandfathered, so either take this or we're going to do that, that's not the whole picture, is it?
So let me clarify a couple of things, and Sylvia, an attorney, can help me. They applied for a plat submittal, which has been tabled, but that plat submittal date locks them into the rules prior to the date you referred to a while ago, sir. It's the kind of term vesting is when they applied for that plat, and I believe it's 1 year, 2 years that is in place. For 2 years, they can still come back with the plat. So they've requested to hold that, knowing based on what happens on this project here. So in the back on the drainage, that's just the platting. They would have to come in with true building permits,
Right.
drainage plans. So
Right.
the only thing that's been applied for is a plat for 3 lots
Right.
prior to the 1/3 acre lot requirement.
And thank you for saying that, because that is my concern, that there still is a drainage problem. Gills Branch, we all know what the problem is with that in this town. Everything floods on Gills Branch. But also the parking is still a problem. So we still have problems that have not been remedied, that haven't even been considered yet. And a big question and a big consideration we need to think about is when you upzone something, that is that zoning then. So if that was sold in a week, in a month, whatever, the new buyers get that as that zone, right?
Yes.
So that's a possibility. The other question I have is, what would be the next, how am I going to ask you this question? What denial would be, what are the options? So approval, of course, we know what that would be. Denial would be what tonight? Because y'all have recommended denial of the upzoning. So what is after that?
So denial would not allow the proposed
So
fourplexes. They could go back to using it as a single-family lot. They go back and, again, under the vesting requirement of the plat submittal to prior to 1/3 acre, they could go back to make
Got
it 3
it.
lots. So really the
So
choice is
there are
up to the developer. There's
options.
really two options if you deny this lot and go back with a single-family house on a one existing lot. Or
Right.
come in and
So
plat
there are
it.
options, right.
Yeah.
And even though, as it was said in one of the meetings, the best use, the best use is not about making the most money for developers. The best use is what's going to work for the city with the drainage and the parking. So I just really want us to consider when we rezone something, the consequences of rezoning that. So those were my main questions. I just wanted to make sure we were clear that this isn't either this or that. If you don't give us our upzoning, then we're going to go back and put the fourplex or the duplexes in, and that's not really, that's not A and B, right? I mean, there's a lot more to be considered on that.
Well, again, it's tonight, and compared to other cases, the city's doing a good job of public hearing, public input,
Right.
public education. The P&Z is a recommending body to city council, and, you were at the meeting, so they
Right.
recommended it now with a 5-2 vote. Again, they're just a recommending body to you. The goal of these public meetings is you are the action opportunity to hear the concerns of the citizens of the neighborhood. And again, that's the question: is best, higher use, or is it what's best for the overhead over the neighborhood? That's the decision y'all have to make.
Exactly. Well, thank you so much, John.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Council members, do we have any other? Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
Madam City Manager, do we have, there's like the percentage of neighbors and protest and,
Clarify the question, Mr. Kirkland?
yeah, there's, when you cross some threshold of neighbors that protest a property, it
More than
requires
20% of the neighbors
Requires
requires
a supermajority.
supermajority. Where's your P&Z staff that can help you with that answer?
Do what? Sorry.
How many notices were sent? How many were returned in opposition?
And is returned in opposition the only way that someone lodges a protest?
Yes, there's a
No, I know that's a way. Is it the only way?
stand, and then here.
So you're referring to the supermajority vote requirement?
Right.
In 211? So when 20% of the land, the relevant landowners,
Is it in the
either
staff report
adjacent or the applicants, covered by a proposed positive change, file a protest to the recommendation of P&Z to grant the change, then that triggers a supermajority. But here, P&Z has recommended a mere denial, so that's a whole different set of facts. So the supermajority isn't triggered on those facts.
So if the neighbors have said that they don't,
Protested.
protested.
In line with P&Z's, so they're in agreement with.
No, I get it, but I'm saying that if the neighbors have protested, that does not place a supermajority requirement on council, only on P&Z?
On the council. It does not trigger the the supermajority.
Okay,
vote.
but my question is it doesn't trigger it because we are not P and Z, or it doesn't trigger it because P and Z recommended denial?
Because P and Z recommended denial.
Okay.
There was recent amendments to the supermajority vote. If the city opts into an additional supermajority at the local level, it can do so under 2011.006.
Now, I'm asking exclusively about the protest rule. We, our supermajority local is that if P and Z is unanimous in their vote, then it is a supermajority for us to overrule, but they weren't unanimous.
They weren't in
Right.
this case, right?
Yeah. Okay, so there's not a supermajority. Got it.
Correct.
Thank you.
At the time of report publication, we received 4 notices in opposition.
And letters were sent within 200 feet of the property.
No worries. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. One more thing that, I'm sorry, Doc, that you don't have to get up again.
That's okay. No, I'm not happy.
But I just, on the comprehensive plan, which was recently addressed, and we had a lot of public hearings, and we had a lot of input, as someone stated tonight, from council, from P&Z, from all the people, and I know you took the plans around everywhere, so there was a lot of public input. So the map for the future land use and the comp plan does reflect, that little color that is neighborhood on that map does reflect what a majority of the people, that was not a miss, that was not a mistake, that was intentional for this property that we're talking about to remain neighborhood. That was intentional.
Councilmember Plunkett.
Yeah, these are always hard for me. I'm a big believer in property rights, and this is a difficult lot. And I think it's compelling, the idea that missing middle is a real thing in Bastrop. There's a lot of high-end properties. There's some low-end properties, but there's not that much in the middle. There's not that much in terms of a starter house, especially on this side of the river. So, but also the drainage is an issue. This one's a tough one for me, I gotta say, and just wanted to make sure that we do need a place for, young couples, aging, folks that are not quite ready to give it up yet, but they're tired of mowing their yard, that kind of stuff. And we need places for those folks to live, and this seems like that would be a pretty good one.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland.
Okay, so on this particular property, as soon as we caught wind of the demolition of the house, we put up rule changes to prevent the further shrinking of lots. We set a 1/3 minimum size. We removed duplexes in single-family residential, and we did it specifically because of the actions that were occurring on this property. I don't really see a question of, what's best for Bastrop. This is one property, and this is, in my opinion, what's best for the neighborhood. And if I were a neighbor in this neighborhood, which I'm not, I'm a few streets over, I might have a preference for having owner-occupied units nearby me, but given that the neighborhood itself has expressed a near unanimous preference to not have this there, I'm gonna side with them. That's what I got to say about it.
Councilmember Fossler.
This one's also tough for me because I appreciate transition in between commercial and residential. And also, I really don't want to change I don't want to increase the impervious cover at all. If we could do it and not increase the density and not increase the impervious cover, but that's not an option. But I'm not a fan of going against staff. I'm not a fan of increasing impervious cover, and I'm not, and I don't want to increase the number of units either when 6 is the maximum of the current. So that's how I'm feeling about it.
Thank you, Councilmember Fossler. Council members, do we have any other discussion? Councilmember Lowe.
Yeah, it's a tough one for me as well. But I come back to the drainage, especially hitting Gill's Branch, which already is a tinderbox of water. You can just put an eye full of water and it floods. So I'm concerned about that. I understand the grandfathering. I understand everything that went on. It seems like council made the decision to make these changes due to the changes that we're making to the code, right? So it's a tough one for me as well, but I'm concerned deeply, and I've spoken with people as recently as today about Gill's Branch, and that's my main concern there. If there are some assurances, because I'm good, I always want assurances, because I mean, we get up here and we say things, so if we're confident about it, then I want confident assurances that flooding will be handled and it won't be a problem. Now, if I can get that, I'm good. But that's just all I have to say about it. I'm just concerned about Gill's Branch.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowe. If I could just kind of add in a little bit, I was looking at during the slides before you showed the parking lot, just with the way the floodway goes, and to me it looks like if we have a torrential downpour, it's going to everyone's yard but that one. And, coming from or having some friends who've lived here who hadn't experienced flooding, but then all of a sudden experienced it due to development, it kind of sucks for them because it changes up your living style. The other thing I'd like to bring up, I'm not sure where you got your traffic study from, as far as that corner and saying that people don't go north. I'm not sure what time you go around there because I for sure travel up and down Chestnut throughout the afternoons, and there's a lot of people going north. It's a lot of development in North Bastrop, just a lot of people that are living out there. There's more traffic to people going to the schools. And so just that intersection of Pecan and Chestnut is active and heavy regardless of whichever way you go. And it's a lot of traffic just in general. I said this here recently, and I'll say it again. I was talking in conversation, but I can remember how quickly I can get to City Hall from my house. And I stay over by HEB. And so just getting through here, like every light's gonna catch me. Right? I get caught at Main Street, it's an extra long light, and this is before we started the bridge repair. And I can be like, oh man, I'm gonna get through that Main Street light, but as soon as I hit Chestnut, it's a jam. Right? And if I have to go to a softball game or something like that, I scan the horizon to see which way I'm actually gonna turn. Do I wanna take Main Street? Do I want to take Water Street? And hopefully I can get those, but I don't like going down Pecan just because it can be a burden. And to your point, there are a lot of deliveries that happen at that store, and it can be a hassle. I just I think, a single-family home is great. We can't predict how many people or who's going to actually live there and what they're all going to have with that amount of units. And so those are some things of concern, and even just because it's close right there on the corner. And that's just kind of my 2 cents on it. Looking at the flood path and the traffic is real big, and it's very impactful. And until you're right there experiencing it on a daily basis, right, it's hard to just visualize and say it's not that big of a deal, because it is. That is a big deal, especially school mornings, school afternoons, weekends, right? It's 12 o'clock horn goes, that traffic's there. So, I mean, it's quite a bit of an impact to the neighboring residents. So,
I'd like to make a motion to deny the request for a rezoning.
we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, it's unanimous. Okay, so we'll go back. Yes.
Mayor, if I could, we need a motion to extend the meeting past the 10 o'clock stop time.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Do we have one of those?
Motion to extend past 10 o'clock.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
All right. Thank you, everybody that came. Y'all have a great night. All right. So we're going to move back up to.
Vote on that motion.
Oh, yeah, we got to vote. Sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right. We're going to continue on. Do we need to take a recess or anything? We've been sitting here for like 3.5 hours.
So, Mayor, point of order on 12E, I think we've made that one moot, in effect, and we could just not consider it.
Stan?
You can do a motion to table.
Would you like to explain yourself, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I mean, so 12E is about changing the future land use map, which, since we didn't approve the rezoning, there's no need to change it, so that one sort of has become moot. Which is why we considered them in this order, so that we didn't have to have the discussion twice. And so I'm suggesting that that one is no longer relevant, and we could just not consider it. Or we could table it too and just not bring it back. I mean, all of those are.
May I make a suggestion, Mr. Kirkland?
Oh, please do.
Sure, please do.
So it'd be a lot cleaner. I mean, this was official notification. It's 2 different cases. You actually approved your zoning tonight on your future land use map. But again, this was a specific request, a specific legal matter request that you would go ahead and take action on that.
Right.
There's no question where we stand on the
Right, and
request.
and it can be a quick vote anyway, as it is,
And
right?
again,
And it goes on the record and
again, I want the
move
public
forward
to
with
understand,
it.
everybody understand, your comp plan drives your zoning. Your comp plan you recently adopted. Your zoning case is based on your future land use
but it's got a
map.
public hearing.
I assume you used decision-making in your zoning case. So this clarifies what you already basically denied through zoning. I assume you would do the same action on this case.
All right, so agenda item 12E, conduct a public hearing, consider and act on ordinance number 2025-76 pertaining to a request for an amendment to the comprehensive plan to change the future land use designation from neighborhood residential to residential mixed density for the area described as being .043, give or take, acres out of the building block 12 east of Water Street, located at 1005 Pecan Street within the city limits of Bastrop, Texas, and moved to include on the November 4, 2025 City Council consent agenda for a second reading. This development is more commonly known as the Pecan Place. All right, I'm going to open up a public hearing, and we have no one just going to speak, so we're going to close the public hearing. Council, do we have any discussion?
Motion.
All right, we don't have any discussion.
Motion to deny 12E.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to deny. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, thank you. Passes unanimous. Agenda item 12G.
So, Mayor, on 12G, I actually would like to table this. And the reason why, I don't want to deny a warrant request, but I would rather it come back to us at a time attached to what the property is actually going to look like in the current zone, rather than change it. And so I don't want to deny it and put them in a state where, you know, you can't come back for a year on something. I don't want to, I'd rather just see what the new plan is, and then once we have the list of warrants all together for that we would discuss it at that time. And this one doesn't have a public hearing, it doesn't have notice, it doesn't have.
So my problem with that is I want this to be very black and white clear. I would like to go ahead and take care of this business right now. Then if they want to come back later on, they can do so, or maybe they don't want to. But I think we really need to finalize this issue tonight.
So on this particular item, changing the size of the parking spaces, I mean, it could make sense, but I would want to see what the full plan was. And given that this item is tied to a plan that we denied, I think it just doesn't allow us to consider it in the context of what would actually be there.
But my argument, Mayor Pro Tem, is this. We have considered this issue tonight, and this is what we're considering. This is tied with this issue. We have denied it. I would like to go ahead and make this very clear and deny this, then later come back. I want it to be very clear as to, you know what I'm saying? Like
Well,
later,
and-
they may come, they may not come, who knows?
And I do hear you. Let me check on one thing from our city manager. Hypothetically, if we denied the warrant request, does that put like a clock that says you can't come back for a year, or, sorry, yes?
So the denial is going to be based on what they're proposed, again, what you're touching on concept, is that the request for a warrant is for this project, one lot. Whatever they come back with, if they need another warrant for a different situation, and again, if you know my support, Cynthia's saying, Councilman Myers, is this warrant's based on this request. The zoning didn't take place, the comp plan didn't take. It's to be a clean slate. Again, we'll work with any developer when they come back with 3 duplexes, 1 lot, whatever they come back with.
So you're saying that were we to deny this, it doesn't penalize them to
No,
come back
because
and
it's
ask for it
specific
again?
for this project.
Okay.
Oh, so there's no hindrance, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then that was my specific concern, is I didn't, because maybe in context of the new development, we would say yes to
And
this.
if you
I
want to
didn't wanna create
clarify,
harm tonight.
if you don't mind clarifying your motion, it's based on this submittal, then come back for a different, with a different submittal based on maybe 3 lots. But if you want to clarify that based on this submittal, to be no questions for future reference.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so council,
Motion to deny.
you have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, passes unanimous. Thank you. Agenda item 12H, conduct a public hearing. Thank you guys for coming in and speaking too.
Thank you.
12H, conduct a public hearing, consider an act on the first reading of ordinance number 2025-63, amending the Bastrop Code of Ordinances, Chapter 13, Article 13.12, impact fees, Division 4, roadway facilities to apply the roadway impact fee to newly annexed areas, amending the service areas map to which the roadway impact fees apply to include annexed areas, and move to include on the November 4th, 2025 City Council agenda for a second reading.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm actually just here to introduce Jake Guggenhurst with the Goodman Corporation. He will be giving the presentation on the roadway impact fees. We're very grateful to have him. He's an expert, and all right.
Hi, Jake Goodman, Goodman Corporation. Good to see y'all again.
Long time no see.
I'll do a quick presentation here on what this is about. So tonight we have an ordinance, you guys, that has a couple of edits. One of those is related to annexations that have occurred. The other one is related to the actual collection rate fee schedule related to some fancy math we did that I'll go through. And there's also been some changes to the state law about roadway impact fees and all impact fees. This is Chapter 395 of the Local Government Code. It covers water, wastewater, roadway, and drainage impact fees. So there were a lot of changes made a couple months ago after the last legislative session. So a couple things to get through. Again, I'll try to be expedient given the time. What we'll walk through here, and I guess the formatting got off here on the presentation, that's okay. Senate Bill 1883 went into effect on September 1st, which amended a lot of things in Chapter 295. Some of that is impacting the timelines that are required for notices, for public postings. The composition of your impact fee advisory committee has also been changed in terms of what's required. It used to be allowed to be planning and zoning commission with one representative of real estate development or building industries. And that has been changed to now say that it can no longer just be P&Z. It has to be a specific body that has at least 50% representatives of those industries. So that did change. And that applies to all types of impact fees, not just roadway, which is what I'm talking about tonight. There is also now an independent financial audit that is required of anybody that has impact fees on their impact fee programs. Again, this is just for awareness to let y'all know there's some new stuff here on that. Go ahead. And then if you want to impose impact fees, it's a supermajority vote or 2/3. And then once you adopt the impact fee, you can't increase the rates for 3 years now. So a lot of stuff has been getting changed on this one.
Just encourages everyone to set it to maximum the first time.
Possibly, and then you have to update the study every 5 years. So you only have a 2-year window to increase it before you update the study.
Before you move on, Madam City Manager. So I'm reading this third bullet item, Impact Fee Advisory Committee can no longer be the Planning and Zoning Commission with one rep, but instead must be 50% representation of those industries. Might mean we need to form a new commission in our city.
That's exactly what that means.
Okay, cool.
Yep. Just trying to bring it to your attention. The laws change a lot, right?
No, thank you. That's why I saw it. I'm like, yeah, that's different.
Yep, it is different. It is different. We did present to the Impact Fee Advisory Committee, I'll get to that in a minute, before the law changed that was in place, so they were active and legal at the time. So we'll get into that. Quick overview of the ordinance. As a reminder, part of why we're here, roadway impact fees are limited to your limits. Well, with the city limits change when you make annexations, we split it up along the Colorado River, mostly except for a small tract kind of on the south side off of Lover's Lane. And they went into effect a couple years ago. They're now being collected after the grace period expired at the end of 2024. And the maximum fee was based on 10 years. And just a quick reminder, when we were here, there was a lot of discussion. I think some of y'all were on council at the time. Many of y'all were. The initial idea was to go with 65% of the maximum, change that 2 months from now, or a little bit less than 6 weeks from now, to go up to 85% of the maximum, and then go all the way up to 100% of the max after that. And that ordinance was put in place before the law changed, so that's still rolling along, subject to, we can ask the city attorney, we need to know about that, but keep going through here. As a reminder, how is this done? The fees are collected at building permit, but your rates are locked in when you plat. So the schedules change based on plat. So those increases I just said, that's based on when the plat is occurring. There are a couple areas that large developments with annexations coming in, both Valverde and Ironwood, which would both fall into A because they're on the west side of the Colorado River. When we looked at this, we had to do math to recalculate the maximum assessable fee because there's an increase in land use and the amount of development anticipated in the service area. That changes the math on it. It includes both the amount of vehicle travel required or anticipated, as well as the ad valorem taxes expected from that development. What we did for this one, though, because they're pretty large developments, we said within that 10-year study window, we looked at the phases that we thought were likely to develop in that 10-year time frame. So it's not for the entire property, but what we thought would actually develop, which is what the law asks you to do when you look at the 10-year window. So just wanted to be clear about that. A lot of things on the screen here, just kind of quick high-level stuff. We also went over this with the Impact Fee Advisory Committee in August, but there was a 13.5% increase in residential units, very nominal increase in commercial. This only impacted service area A on the west side. B on the east side does not change at all, so it's only A. And then the demand for traffic goes up by about 1/8 or so, roughly. When you increase traffic but you don't increase the amount of projects, it causes the maximum fee to drop. It's inversely related because maximum fee is amount of development divided by, the cost of projects divided by the amount of development. So it's the denominator. When the denominator goes up, the max fee goes down. So that's why we had to relook at the fees. In a second, I'll get to that. So when we did the math, the first column, I'm going to kind of use the pointer again here. So the maximum fee in the area before was $23.49. When we did the new math with all that extra development, about 13% increase, it dropped it to just over 2,000. Starting on December 12th of this year, the collection rate is proposed to go up to 1996. It just worked out to be just barely underneath that threshold. So if you annex these areas and you keep the study that's in place like we have, and it's included, got a little thing on the screen for reboot required, you're still compliant with the law if you move forward with annexing these and adding them to the study, if you increase them in December. However, as we talked about earlier, the plan was to go up to 100% of the maximum. That was the old maximum, which was higher than the new maximum fee. So we can't go up that high. There we go. Yeah, so it was to go up to 2349, and that would not be compliant if you add these areas in to the study to annex them. So what did Impact Fee Advisory Committee recommend? They said they recommended that we go ahead and adopt the updated study with the newly annexed areas. However, with the draft ordinance in front of you as part of this, and we'll have the public hearing in a minute on, was to go ahead and stop increasing it after this next rate increase in December so that you don't go over that the newly calculated amount of $2,033. So the next steps would be to have action on this within 30 days of the public hearing. So when you close the public hearing, per the state law, you have 30 calendar days to act and adopt or just not adopt an ordinance. So we have all that here packaged up tonight for you guys so we can make that requirement. Last thing I wanted to hit real quick, and then we can go back to the next steps and discuss. We did go back and look, want to make sure this was clear, we did go back and look at the future property taxes from these, which we have to discount. So we did include that cut as well. We didn't want to miss out on that. That was actually pretty significant. It was about 20% increase in the amount of future property taxes. It's a lot of residential. So with that, I'll stop. Hopefully I was expedient. Any questions?
Yeah, can you say that again?
Which part?
Absolutely not.
So the part I didn't follow was the part about the maximum and not being able to raise it. And it's not so much that I want you to explain it again, but rather we want to set our impact fees at the maximum legal amount because we need that money so that development is paying for itself.
Got it.
Right?
Yes.
So partially, I didn't follow, which is unusual, anyway, but we need to set it at the highest rate we can. So what is that number?
Got it. Yes. So if you want to, I'm going to go back to the 3 steps here, just to kind of go back to the original ordinance to make it clear. So there was, I think it's table B1, B2, and B3 in your ordinance. B1 is in effect. That's the 65% right here of the maximums from that original study. Starting on December 12th of this year, any plats after December 12th, the current ordinance as it's written would go up to 85% of the original maximums. And then you would go up to 100 a year later. So if you wanted to go to the maximums, we could make amendments tonight to that on the dais if we'd like. If you want to go to 100%, then I would state that you want to go to December 12th of 2026 and after plats, you would want to go to these numbers in the middle column, which would be 2033 for service area A, which would be a slight increase from what's going to happen anyways now. And then you could go all the way up to 1414 like you originally planned on B, because nothing changed to B. It would just be this one number that you could change in that table B3 in the ordinance. If I'm understanding what you're saying correctly, to go up to.
Well, so you also mentioned that with the new law, there was restrictions on the timing of when you could do things. And I thought that your overall point was that impacted us to where we could or couldn't do something. And that was the part that I was not clear on.
Yeah, so it talks, and again, this is all new laws, so we haven't had a lot of interpretations yet on it. But going back to this, a lot of the timing requirements on postings, notices, when things need to be made available, that's just a lot longer. That's the basic summary of what happened. The other piece that's maybe what you're referring to, but which could relate to this, is you can't increase them within 3 years of adoption or most recent increase in fees, except for phasing up to the maximum fee for a period not to exceed. So this exception, I think, applies in this case. So I don't think it restricts y'all here. I was just more informing you in future times. Yeah.
Okay. I think I was stuck on that through the entire presentation and looking for how to apply it, and then, yeah.
Got it.
All right. You don't have anything else? I'm going to open up this public hearing. Anyone got anything to say? 1, 2, 3. Closing that public hearing. Council members, do we have any kind of discussion that we would like to have? Councilmember Fossler?
I thought we were just changing the map for the annexed areas, but are we actually considering talking about changing rate? That was not in my
I mean,
internal deliberation.
changing the map changed the math.
Right,
Yeah.
but the maximum rate allowable for that one zone. Yeah, is the only thing it changed.
I'm not following.
Oh, yes, so for clarification, changing the map changed the max in service area A. So the point was, if you left everything else the same in the ordinance and adopt this new study with the new areas, going up to table B3, which is 100% of the old maximums, would violate this new maximum, which you can't do. So we just basically need to make sure whatever happens from here forth doesn't go above that 2033. So if you wanted to go to the max, like you were saying, Mayor Pro Tem Kirkland, you could just change the number in table B3 to the 2033 is what I was saying. It's like $40 or $50 increase that could happen next year, but that would keep you compliant if you wanted to do that as an alternative.
Why does that keep us compliant?
Because you wouldn't exceed the new maximum. Right here. Right now, you're going to 1996.65 per the current ordinance in table B2. You still can go up a little bit if you want to go all the way to the maximum like you originally intended. There's only a small difference here. The current draft ordinance doesn't show that. We just said just get rid of table B3. But I'm saying you could keep table B3 and just replace that one value, and you'd still be fine if you want to go to the maximum in A, the newly calculated maximum.
So if it was set to 1996.65, is that what the proposal is?
That's what your court and ordinance says is going to happen on December 12th, absent any actions tonight.
Okay.
So that's status quo.
And why would we take actions or not take actions? I'm really not following. I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good. Your current.
I mean, that's not what the problem is. I just don't.
Do we have the I can show them the ordinance if it helps visually. There's another increase that's going to happen next December.
Right.
And that increase would go up to these numbers on the left, 2349 and 1414.
And so what I think you said is that because of the change in the law, we can't go to those 2349 numbers later.
It's not because of the change in the law. It's because you're changing the areas in your study, and the new maximum is lower. So you can't go all the way up to that in 2026.
So
December
what
26.
is the new maximum?
It's the middle number, the $2,000,
Okay.
2033.
Right. So if we set it to 1996.65, then in a year, it would go up to 2033.
That's not what's written in the draft ordinance before you. I'm saying you could change it based on what I heard you say you wanted to do, which was to go to the maximum, go to
Okay.
the maximum next year.
So then in the draft ordinance, it sets it at 1996.65 and then never goes up from there.
It just strikes that last increase.
Okay. Now I think I understand.
All right. I know it's late.
So you can amend the map and amend the amount. But what I hear Councilmember Foster saying is she wasn't contemplating the amount, she doesn't feel like it was noticed with an amount, only amount. So she's not going to be in favor of that. Is that correct?
It was just new information, so my brain was calculating the new math in addition to the map. I was just prepared to vote on the map.
I'm just going on recent history. So 1996 to 2033 is about a $36, right? $38 increase.
Does this change our grandfathering status since, does this mean we won't be able to, if we change the rate tonight, is it another 3 years before we can change it?
That would be a city, I'm not an attorney, so I can't interpret that.
But because right now our ordinance passed before the September one, right? So we're
Correct. Yeah.
phasing according to the previous ordinance.
Right, and there was an exception clause, I can't move the slides back anymore, but there was an exception clause in there saying if you had a phased-in schedule, that could
So if
go
we,
forward.
if we change the amount tonight, this is the question, if we change the amount tonight, does it change our phased-in schedule?
If you change the amount tonight, does it change your phased-in schedule? It would, the draft ordinance gets rid of that last increase. That table B3, yeah, so we're gonna go there. This will help really, I think, visualize it.
And it does that because of a max that was created in a new state law.
Not, it's a new max because you're adding 2 big areas.
Oh,
Iron
got
and
it.
Belverde.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So this will help here. So yeah, if you got 1, 2, 3, there you go. So what we were saying in here was the draft ordinance gets rid of this. Let's see if I can get it. I guess not. Table B3 goes away. That's what's cut out. My point is you can keep a B3, you just can't go up to 2349. You can only go up to 2033. So if you want to amend the draft ordinance tonight through action, you could do that, is what I'm saying. Or you could just choose not to change the tables at all, and you have until December 13th, 2026.
But Stan, it seems to me like that would qualify as a rate change, according to state law, which would put us on a 3-year clock.
Yeah.
Would you?
The state law changed effective September 1st. This process here started prior to that. There is like a 90-day window, like a safe harbor provision. If you started before the law changed, then you can do the new study and add those areas. Now, in the future, going forward, if you have, you'll have to phase in and follow the new requirements to do it all over again, to revisit the issue in the future. So you can still phase things in the future, but you'll have to do another impact fee study later on and follow the new procedural guidelines and the restrictions on phasing in the future. So you still have those rights. For purposes of tonight, I agree with everything he said, that you're legal under the old process, and then you can also, you do have some discretion to add this additional increase, which is not a bad idea because, you know, you're running into the state legislator putting restrictions on impact fees.
I would recommend that the council adopt a map and then we maximum rate of 2033. So $38 difference. We're going to pay Jake and the attorneys again in a couple of years to do this. Right. Just do it tonight.
Yeah,
Yep.
no, that's, okay. So, you had a recommendation,
Oh, from the Impact Fee Advisory Committee? Yes.
I'm good on the amendment that we need to make.
Back to the slides.
So you have a motion? We are on agenda item 12H.
Thank you.
Long ways away from 12M.
Yeah.
Did you want to see the presentation, Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh, I thought you was about to ask me if I wanted to see
No,
something. I'm waiting on the plane to land.
So the thing is I know what amendment I need to make, but I'm trying to figure out what original motion I need to make to then amend it with the table B3.
Stan, do you have language?
No, it's not that. It's just,
want
was there a
language.
recommendation or we're just gonna, okay. So motion to approve item 12H with the following change, that we will keep table B3, and for service area A, we will set the new maximum at $2,033, and service level B will remain unchanged at $1,414.
Second.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, it passes unanimous.
Thank you very much.
12I. Conduct a public hearing. I know you're not handing us no papers. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, my Lord. 12I. Conduct a public hearing and consider an act on the first reading of ordinance number 2025-73, amending the Bastrop Code of Ordinances, Chapter 14, Bastrop Building Block B3 Code by changing the P1 nature place type to P1 parks and open space and adopting new and revised code provisions in relation to the P1 parks and open space place type and civic space, and move to include on the November 4, 2025 consent agenda for a second reading. Ms. Viviana.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. So what I went ahead and handed out was a summary of the code changes I'm proposing. When I saw my order on the agenda, I knew that this would be helpful so that as I go through this quickly, you can ruminate as needed. Okay, so essentially we're we're in the second phase of just getting our parkland in line with what we adopted back in March and to align with our comprehensive plan. Essentially, what we're doing is we're going to be revising P1 nature to be P1 parks and open space. And we'll completely comply with Chapter 10 that we adopted in our subdivision ordinance. After and if this is approved on the second reading, we will be coming back with a city-initiated rezone to now rezone these to all P1 parks and open space. Currently, our parks are zoned civic space, so we want to decouple that because they are our parks, and it's just a separate function from civic space, truly. Okay, so tonight, I'll be very quick. What I've gone ahead and done is I went ahead and created a new form category since we are a form-based code, and that form is going to be public parkland. That will only be permitted in P1. I went ahead and delineated a private park, and that is not permitted in P1. That would be a privately maintained park. It can be done in P2 or P3. We went ahead and allowed for monument signs in P1 parks because that's usually the kind of sign that you have in a park. And then we went ahead and created greater flexibility for the lighting types. Here we
What's a Cobra head?
A Cobra light, that's a great question. So a Cobra light is the kind of light that comes up and it has an overhang to it typically. Blue Bonnet uses them, and so that's called a Cobra light. It looks like that. Yep, yeah, he got it. Okay.
That's good.
Okay. Went ahead and adjusted, of course, P1 to be parks and open space. We added a reference to Chapter 10 in the plating provisions in the B3 code. Here, we further defined parks and open space to be public parkland and retitled it from nature to parks and open space. Here, we went ahead and, of course, retitled it to parks and open space and made civic space preferred, not required, since we are not typically following the pedestrian shed allocations as is. Here, we went ahead and pointed to Chapter 10. This is within the PDD section of the B3 code so that they know it exists and go to that particular chapter for their dedication or exaction of parkland and the Park Enrichment Fund fees that they would be due. We also said if someone wants to go above and beyond with open space opportunities, we support that, but they will maintain that on their dime, not the city's dime. Here we added a reference to a controlling land use plan in the instance that we have a master plan single lot development that wants to come in and is not developing in multi-phases. Here I went ahead and added, this is for the cluster land development, so essentially that's a development pattern that means to set aside a large portion, 50% of the land. Usually it's in a geographically sensitive area such as the toad habitat, and so here we clarified that that would be then set aside either as parkland or open space to conserve that very generally delicate environment for the species usually that we're trying to preserve. Of course, if they wanted to go above and beyond the amount of dedication, they could, and we put provisions on how to handle that, just the process for handling that. Here, this is the civic space. This is where we greatly revised the intent of it. Before, civic space was mandatory. Now, basically what we've done is said civic space is great. Civic space is those private parks, plazas, greens, meeting areas, things of that nature. And if a developer wants to incorporate that into their development, they can, but it's not mandatory. What is mandatory is the dedication of parkland handled in Chapter 10. And so we just softened, honestly, a lot of the language and made it a process that does not need to be addressed by the Development Review Committee. Here, we modified the civic space criteria just to stay consistent. It's encouraged, it's suggested, not mandatory. We removed the 1320 farm lot grid to align with our master transportation plan, which repealed the gridded network. We did that back in March. We also just created the flexibility that developers can incorporate civic space as they see fit. This was a very meaningful change, I thought. So before we had the allocation of school sites. How many more slides do you have? We're getting to 11 o'clock. We have folks in the audience I have none. We're good.
All right.
We're done.
So we're going to,
Recommendation is to approve the first reading of ordinance number 2025-73.
Motion to approve.
wait, I'm sorry. Look, this is oh man. We're going to open up a public hearing. We're closing the public hearing because no one wants to speak, right? No one? All right. Okay, council, we have any discussion? All right, can we get a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, you have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you, Viv. All right. 12J, consider an act on an ordinance number 2025-74 pertaining to a proposed amendment to Chapter 10 of the Code of Ordinances to revise the minimum number of residential lots or lot size that trigger parkland dedication requirements and to establish minimum park improvement standards as an alternative to park enrichment fee contributions and move to include on the November 4, 2025 City Council agenda for a second reading.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the Parkland Dedication Ordinance was first adopted back in March. This is what Viv was referencing in her B3 code changes. This is what established the mechanism for the city to ensure public land through development. We're making a couple of amendments to this code. The first one is going to limit parkland dedication requirements to major projects. Originally, it did apply to everybody, including five lots or less, 5 acres or less, and that's what we're going to be exempting with this change. Secondly, we wanted to ensure parkland being acquired is desirable and consistent with the Parks Master Plan. So we added this section in here to ensure that the city is able to deny and require the fee in lieu of if we decide that's more appropriate. And then lastly, we added a few amendments to the Park Enrichment Fund section. So if a developer is going to be dedicating parkland, they may propose to make the park improvements themselves rather than paying the fee. And so we wanted to have some minimum park improvements to set that standard. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, council, do you have any questions?
Move to approve.
We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you, Brittany. All right, 12K, conduct a public hearing and consider an act on the first reading of ordinance number 2025-67 for a zoning concept scheme request to rezone the project site from PEC Employment Center to Planned Development District PDD with a base district of P4 for the area described as being 7.398 plus or minus acres out of the Steelyard subdivision, Lot 3, located at 2002 South Highway 95, Bastrop, Texas, 78602, within the city limits of Bastrop, Texas, and move to include on the November 4, 2025 City Council consent agenda for a second reading. All right, we're tabling this item.
So quick comment, the request is to, I'm about to December 9th, specific dates, I was gonna say. So December 9th is the date we're requesting to a certain date certain.
Okay, we're tabling it to December 9th. All right, thank you, Doc. 12L, consider an act on the resolution number R-2025-137, amending the master fee schedule, general provisions, library to reflect various changes as attached in Exhibit A. Bonnie, you've been waiting a long time.
A long time. This is super easy, guys. Okay. These are the fees. Most of these all these on this page, you have already approved by approving my policy. These are the changes. We are lowering some of our fees for our printing. We are covering the costs. We are also adding legal paper because that was not on the original fee schedule. We are also adding a fee for an enhanced library card, and that is, we will be adding cards where you have a picture on your card. And so if you lose that card, it's $3. That's it. Any questions?
All right, thank you. Any questions?
How much is this expected to add to your budget in terms of revenue? Because we just submitted a budget that said no fees in it.
Oh, increasing revenue? I can't imagine that we're going to replace that many cards because we haven't even started yet. So we're not going to increase any new revenue.
All right, council, do we have any questions?
Move to approve.
All right, got a motion.
Second.
And a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, 12M, consider an act, thank you, Bonnie. Consider an act on the ordinance number 2025-80, approving a purchase contract of Craftsman Place Systems Incorporated for $2,868,102.88, utilizing Craftsman Buy Board Purchasing Cooperative number pound 679-22.
Thank you, Mayor. That actual Craftsman is here. They're going to change that cooperative number. That's their old number. This is for phase 1 of the park improvements, $2.8 million. Here is Fireman's Park, Mayfest Park. That is the splash pad rehab at Fisherman's Park. That is an overhead view of Delgado Park. This area in the brown is where the existing playground is. This is our ADA accessible park. This is a different view. This is the splash pad, also ADA inclusive. That's the view of how busy that park will look. There
Council, do we have any questions?
Craftsman is here.
Craftsman, would y'all like?
Thank you for
sticking
sitting here the whole
around.
time.
Man, all of this for the parks. You really love your parks. Dedication. Woo.
Wow.
Y'all have been to work twice today, like the rest of us have. 2 8-hour shifts.
Do we need a new number, 679-22?
Yeah. You got a new one?
78125. All right. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve with the change to the cooperative number of 78125.
Second. Have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right. Thank you, guys. All right. Now on to executive session. Agenda item 13A, council shall convene into a closed executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.07 personnel to evaluate Mayor Ishmael Harris. 13B, city council shall convene to a closed executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074 personnel to evaluate zoning board of adjustment member Doc Jackson. 13C, city council shall convene into a closed executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 to seek legal advice. Seek advice of legal counsel and to deliberate regarding possible litigation of North End Prairie. It is now 10:45 and we're going into an executive session.
And Mayor, I'll be recusing myself from 13C.
And I'll be recusing myself from 13A, right? Yes. Since that's about me, or I said, no, I got to sit in there. Okay. I won't. I'll sit there and take it. All right, everyone, it is now 11:13. We're back from executive session. No action was taken on the matters. We're now on to agenda item 15.
Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn. Do we have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you for those who have stayed around with us tonight. I know it's been a long night. We really do appreciate y'all. Have a great night. Bastrop, sleep well.
Really quick, Michael prepared the packages. In the package are the schedules that we created for you guys for Wednesday and Thursday. So please.